Wait for
HasanAbi.
I would have never imagined this much of a fucking crowd at a college campus anywhere in solidarity with the Palestinians. This is what it's about, okay? I did not stop advocating for the cause, and now I don't feel lonely. I don't feel as lonely anymore, and that's because of you guys. I hope that you can continue advocating for the right things.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny Dubrovnik, Croatia. We're live and alive, folks, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today is a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Friday, one day after the 4th of July. That's right. It's Friday, July 5th. 20 days out from my birthday, and also Benjamin Netanyahu's state of addressing the United States Congress, which is weird, but it is what it is. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. It is 10:21 a.m. Pacific, basically 7:21 p.m. Kyrgyzstan time. Hey, hope you enjoyed Croatia. Have you been in North Croatia as well? Absolutely not. I have not been to Zagreb. But yeah, I'm live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one. Hopefully we'll be able to continue this broadcast uninterrupted. The problem is that, of course, there's going to be a lot of drops. I'm just letting you guys know. There's just a lot of drops in the beginning of the broadcast, in the first hour, in the first 2 hours, basically. And I talked to the hotel, and they were like, we talked to the ISP. We talked to the internet service provider for you, and there's not really anything we can do. When a lot of people are using the internet, they just clamp on it. So it's cool. It's like I'm in America. That's the wonderful experience. I get to have American internet experience in Croatia. They were like, hey, we want you to feel what it's like when you have American internet here, so you don't feel homesick. Anyway, I'm alive, and this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker. And this is for all the parasocialists. The parasocialist update in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. And boy, has a lot happened. I ended the broadcast last night after like 6 hours. It's going to drop right now. As soon as I said that, by the way, it's going to F a little bit. It's going to go in and out. It's going to be mini Fs that followed by a major F. Hopefully it doesn't shut down the entire stream, but it's okay. It's gonna happen. Watch it in low streamer, low bandwidth mode, or whatever you need to do. Anyway, did you swim in the blue caves or whatever? No, that was yesterday. I didn't actually end up swimming there because there's too many people there. But anyway, I went to a different cave today. I swam in a different cave today. As a Croat studying in Zagreb and being from the coast, I had so much fun getting your American appearance of Croatia. I loved it, and I have a hard time believing no one is clocking you for being Turkish just by nose alone. Is this a very Turkish nose? I didn't realize that was a thing, but I do love that Croatians are like, yes, we know exactly what your genealogy looks like just by looking at some of your heritable traits, especially when, you know, to the normal eye, it is indecipherable, but to the Croat does not have a normal eye. It's advanced racism. We know what you are. Anyway, but yeah, went on the boat again today, conquered my fear of the ocean, or the sea rather, but I guess I'm not too fearful of the sea, so it's not technically conquering a big fear of mine. The sea is like one thing. The ocean is an entirely separate being, as you guys know. In any case, went to a cave, got in the cave, not scared of the sea. I mean, it's just less octopus, less fish. Fish are smaller, they're chiller, water is clearer. It's a lot saltier though, which I guess is the reason why there aren't that many sharks and shit, or as massive sharks. They just can't live in the Adriatic. Smaller waves. The seas are connected to the ocean, true, except all landmass is connected to one another as well, but I'm not fucking going to St. Louis, you know? I was about to say St. Minneapolis. All landmass is connected to one another, but you will never catch me inside of fucking St. Louis. You know what I'm saying? You feel me? Or Ohio. So it's kind of like that. Is salty because the fish pee in it? Yeah, that's not the case. I know why it's salty. It's salty because of all the mineral deposits coming in from all of the rivers and whatnot. Anyway, I heard that there was a massive shark attack in Texas too, and pee, and the fish pee. Anyway, so it's Friday. I'm not gonna do the fucking Mufasa Friday intro because I just don't want to risk it. I don't want to risk cutting out in between me playing Mufasa. Yeah, just, you know, say no all you want, but I just don't want to risk having the stream F during the Mufasa intro. Okay. Anyway, but yeah, there's a break in tradition. There's no Fridays in Croatia. It's a big Friday though. Regardless, a lot going on in the world. We're gonna be talking about all of it. But yeah, after I got off the boat, I went to the Red Museum. I was very excited. Because I had heard about it. Alexa specifically wanted me to go, as you guys know, a resident Serb, Alexa, who's currently occupying my house. He wanted me to go. He was also wondering what the Croatian attitude towards Tito is. And did you get seasick? No, I did not. So is it the Victims of Communism Museum? No, so Tito is Croatian. So as like the former Yugoslavian Republic's glorious leader Tito, it's a bit of a love-hate situation in Croatia, it seems. It's a little bit of a love-hate situation in Croatia, where like they like him because, like, you know, there was a lot of periods in Yugoslavian development under his watch, but they also are like kind of anti-socialist, anti-communist. So, you know, the bunker guy, no, that's Enver Hoxha. He's Albanian. Anyway, the in certain parts of the country he's more beloved, in others he's more hated. Yeah, like I asked my captain of the ship that I was on how he felt about him, and he was like kind of woke. He was like, all war is done for money. It's so rich people get richer. So I'm like, maybe this motherfucker knows a thing or two, right? And I was like, and he basically said, I was not a part of the party, so I did not like him. That's what he said, which is cool. I mean, he wasn't like, I fucking hate him, he's socialist piece of shit, but he basically was like, he doesn't own a ship. No, he's just a like a captain of the charter whatever company. It doesn't matter. He doesn't like own his own ship. Anyway, but he basically said, I was not a part of the party, so I did not like him. Anyway, usually the case that my parents' generation doesn't like him because they were young near the collapse of Yugoslavia, but any older generations do tend to think it was much better then. Yeah, that makes sense. But I still, you know, I still enjoyed it. There was a Yugo there, which was sick. There was a Yugo at the museum, which was awesome, which I personally loved. No, not Yugopnik, Yugo, which is the Yugoslavian car that they made. It's like a Lada. What's the attitude towards Tito from modern leftists? I mean, it's mixed. It depends. If you're like a Stalinist, you consider him to be a filthy revisionist, and you think that his like anti-centralization initiatives were unironically what led to the demise of like Yugoslavia or whatever. I think like overall he is definitely liked a lot by Western leftists for sure. He's seen as like a Euro communist almost. Western leftists like him, unless they're Stalinist, like unless they're super pro Stalin, in which case they don't like him. But you know, Yugoslavia forever, boys. But a lot of modern leftists would like him, most likely. I'm an archaeologist who worked on partisan heritage in Croatia and also on a Ustazi camp. I hope you liked Red Museum. No way. I did. I liked it. I loved it, actually. It was so sick because like it's basically a slice of life of like, you know, socialist Yugoslavia. Like they have these like they have these like there's just like a living room basically filled with all of this stuff. Like there's a medicine cabinet, and it shows that like Yugoslavia invented Yugoslavia had a novel chemical compound invention, like novel chemical compound discovery, azithromycin, the medication you use for gonorrhea, which Pfizer basically sells to the rest of the world. Like that was discovered in Yugoslavia. You know, it was pretty cool. I didn't know that. So they have that kind of stuff. I learned about how they saw Coca-Cola and were like, we need to immediately make our own shit, our own version. I forget what it's called now. It's in the photos that I posted from the place, but Coca. They were like, Coca-Cola is very nice. We need to make our own. It's Coca. Yeah, which was cool. They had Lenin and Stalin. Here is him when he got arrested with the Giga Chat jawline. Wait, where is it? Oh, I thought I posted the other ones. Oh wait, I posted it on my Instagram, not story, but actually on my Instagram post. Yeah, I posted on Instagram, by the way. Not that you care, but yeah, me and the best Croat to ever do it. Me and Tito side by side, posted up, stanced up. You already know what it is. You know what I'm saying? Here's some posters from the era, some agitprop. This one's sick. Here's me with a Yugo, stanced up. This is the Coca, the Pepsi, next to the Pepsi, and this is the medicine cabinet. Can you apply for an IMF loan in the museum? Tito died 1991. HasanAbi born 1991. Welcome back, Tito. Yeah, except he didn't die in 1991. He died in, I think, 1980. So he died in 1980. I was born in 1991. Welcome back, Tito. Reincarnated. Yugoslavia died in 1991. I was born in 1991. Welcome back, Yugoslavia. I share a birthday with Tito, and I have a medal with his face on it. Thanks, Grandpa. Is it his actual birthday, which I believe is March 5th, or the fake birthday that he has, that everyone knows as his birthday? It's another thing I learned in the museum, because like I think they celebrate his actual, like they don't celebrate his actual birthday. He has like a separate birthday that they celebrate. I worked on Agitprop site in Dresnica. We found mechanical letters partisan used for flyers. That's so sick. I will say this much about the Red Museum to the archaeologist in the chat. Maybe you can confirm this, but like it was like a push and pull. Okay. It was a push and pull. On the one hand, they're like, well, this guy's a Croat. And also there was like a period of massive development, right? And then also a period of massive development, and then a period of like liberalization to a certain degree that originally was kind of good and then not so good. But then there's like an entire segment dedicated to like political repression. And it's like behind a curtain, and you open up the curtain and it's like this dark room, and they're like, they were butchering people. Like, oh my God, the partisans were so ruthless. And in my mind, I'm thinking like, will they say who they are ruthless to? And it doesn't really, you know, they don't really mention it. There is almost no mention of the Ustaza. There's no mention of like Nazi invasion in the entire fucking museum, which is weird because like, as far as I understand, in Croatia, it's not even called like World War II. It's called like the War of Liberation or whatever, right? So like it doesn't, it's just like, yeah, they were ruthless. It's true. The partisans were fucking brutal. It is true. Except who were they ruthless to? They make it seem like they were just, they make it seem as though, yes, because they didn't talk about this in Yugoslavia. They make it seem as though like in the museum itself, they make it seem as though because we were all brothers. I do love that. But anyway, like I said, they make it seem as though like it was a big wrong, a grave wrong committed towards some people in the aftermath of World War II. Who are those people and what was their ideological background? Who knows? They just basically stamp it as like, anyone who was accused of being a collaborator was like ruthlessly slaughtered. And it's like, okay, a descendant of a partisan lieutenant, it never happened, but if it did happen, it was a good thing because they were Nazis. Yeah. But there's that aspect of it, and then there's the labor camps, obviously, and then the classic like suppression of any kind of dissent. They kind of talk about that as well. Not big fans of Stalin out here, that's for sure. That makes sense though. And I did get the vibe that they kind of liked, like, the museum. The vibes I got was basically that, like, I mean, this is the most positive you're ever gonna fucking, this is the most positive coverage and treatment of events that you're ever gonna get, because it's not in America or in the Western world. So like, so it was still like very positive overall towards Tito, towards Yugoslavia, but you know, it was hypercritical of a lot of the aspects. But beyond that, I found it particularly interesting that they talked about liberalization and like economic reforms as like a net benefit across the board. Like decentralization aside, like Yugoslavian socialism being a completely separate a concept, not a separate concept, but like a separate mechanism to achieve socialism is one thing, right? Like market socialism, Titoism. Having said that, beyond that, I did feel like they mostly talked about like Western allegiances being a great benefit to Yugoslavia, which ultimately it was, as long as you're talking about money, but also it simultaneously led to like the 80s economic downturn. Like they briefly mention it, but there's like, wow, there's a lot of unemployment. I don't know why that's happening as the privatization is occurring. I thought it was very cool that like privatization was completely banned, like private businesses were completely banned. The first ever private business, they gave an allocation to businesses with 3 employees. They were like, you can only have a private business if you have 3 employees, right? Small businesses. And 1988 was the first time Yugoslavia had a private business. But yeah, the agrarian reforms, they talk about that a lot as well, which I thought was cool. This nerd really went on vacation to study history. It was the coolest part of the Croatian trip. My dad bought an apartment at 21 after working for 3 years in Tito's Yugoslavia. 1988 was also the first year women in the US could get a business loan without a man. I mean, 1946 is like when women had full rights and full equality in Yugoslavia. So they were kind of, as is the case with many other communist countries, they were kind of fucking lapping the Western world on that shit, which is really funny because I'm at the museum and I'm listening to what like other people's criticisms are, I guess, because like a lot of the people that enter the museum are like, I suspect academics, but like, you know, Westerners with like not exactly the fondest opinion of socialism. So this like older lady was telling her daughter, like, of course there were no women in positions of power, it's all men. And I was like white knuckling. I just wanted, so I didn't say anything. I didn't want to be like, International Women's Day is literally a communist product, okay? And also there's a like, I didn't want to be like, there are famous revolutionary figures that are women, okay? Women played a very important role in both the USSR, but across the board in every socialist nation. Socialist and communist countries were literally ahead of Western nations in terms of like giving autonomy and equality to women and constitutionally protecting said equality. And I didn't say anything. I shut the fuck up. It's just, all I'm saying is she was wrong. And now I'm having shower conversations basically. And a really good thing is that the Yugoslavian legacy in Croatia is very wide education when it comes to art, history, and literature. Also, they teach you philosophy, logic, sociology, psychology in most good high schools. And I'm very thankful for it, even though I'm a STEM nerd, still flexing and spamming. I'm sorry, I really want you to see this message. I see it. Yeah. Yugoslavia legalized abortion first in Europe in 1974. Yugoslavia decriminalized homosexuality in 1977. Okay. They had a sex ed program. I learned, it failed, but at least they tried. Yeah. Yugoslavia decriminalized homosexuality in 1977. Yeah, that's before homosexuality was even invented, dude. People didn't even know you could be gay back then. So, you know, Yugoslavia forever. Anyway, off topic, did you see the Kendrick music video? I saw bits and pieces of it. Any Game of Thrones stuff while you're there? No, I didn't do any Game of Thrones shit, even though technically everything is Game of Thrones shit in I was about to call it Yugoslavia. Technically everything is Game of Thrones shit in Croatia, because literally like these people live in castles, bro. It's weird. I mean, it's cool as fuck, but it's also kind of weird. Like, they straight up live inside of the same fucking castles. Half of it was built in like the year 4, okay? Like, and sunk, but still. Like, I'm talking like some of the fucking fortress walls that like surround the old town are like super old, and people just live in them. Yeah, I'd walk around carrying a sword. Yeah, no, the vibes are like that for sure. The vibes are like that, absolutely. Like, when I was approaching the dock on my boat, okay, I felt like an Ottoman merchant. You know what I mean? Like, I'm about to sell spices to these Croatians, to the Hrvats. Like, it literally felt like it just feels like they're just living in a different era. But yeah, do they have modern appliances? Yes. Their internet is ass, but everything else is fine. Did the museum say anything about Mao? No, there was 0 mentions of Mao, mostly because Yugoslavia had its own Sino-Soviet split. Like, they had their own Yugo-Soviet split, and obviously that was what was heavily featured in the conversation, because they had their own like version of that. The Tito-Stalin the Tito-Stalin split. Do you celebrate the 4th of July with Croatians? Thanks in advance. No. Do you want to visit similar museums while you're in China? I would love to. The difference is the Chinese museums will be an accurate reflection of history with no revisions. And you still have market socialists on Twitter? Yeah. But those guys, for the most part, are just like sock dems that want to appear cool. Most people who are like, oh, I'm a Titoist, they just fucking say that because, you know, they're just social democrats who are incredibly reactionary, oftentimes very pro-NATO, you know. But that's it. Titoism equals more IMF loans. Brother, those motherfucking loans helped Yugoslavia quite a bit until it didn't. A lot of privatization that occurred, and then it didn't help at all. But the point is, if there was a country if there was a world where like America was like the USSR, okay, if America was like the USSR and did a Marshall Plan for communism, the world would be very different. Instead of doing like IMF loans, if they gave unconditional amounts of financial support for developing nations post World War II, in order for them to be able to do their managed economies, in order if they wanted to do like fucking state controlled centrally planned governance, or if they wanted to do market socialism, whatever the fuck they wanted to do, if they were just like giving them unconditional money, yes, we would have global communism today. It's just money, man. That's it. Yugoslavia was the 3rd largest economy in Europe in its prime. Yugoslavia had an entire decade from 53 to 63 with the largest productive growth, 9% each year. The only other country that has ever experienced growth to that same magnitude was Japan. It's pretty good. Tito sent a letter to Stalin after multiple failed assassination attempts that not to try anymore, or Tito would send one to Moscow and they would not fail. Yeah, I saw that. That's pretty cool. Anyway, but yeah, I just saw a period. I saw like a slice of life from what could have been. Anyway, so we'll talk about the Tories today and their ginormous whopping L that they received, among many other things. But beyond that, it's not exactly a sign of good things to come. And I will tell you exactly why. Not because I'm some fucking hater who's always saying like, oh, progress is never happening or anything. Good W for Jezza as an independent in Arlington. We'll talk about that as well. But let's get started. Let me blast off real quick. You are a hater though? No, I'm just a realistic person, which pisses off a lot of idealistic people. The one thing about the boat that I will say is that like I'm still, in my mind, I'm still rocking. Like I feel like I'm still on the fucking boat. I'm still rocking a little bit. Islington. Anyway, let me blast off. Big labor landslide. But will it end austerity? Also, this is my last day in Croatia. This is my last day in Croatia, and I'm very excited to be home. I'm so ready to go home, dude. I miss my daughter. You excited to play Elden Ring when you get home, Hasi? Yes, I've been playing Elden Ring like crazy, but I'm very excited to get back into the actual DLC. So, you know, is this the red Tory terror? The most right-wing labor leader ever? Yes. Who is Keir Starmer? Not Like Us video came out. Brandon interview with Stephanopoulos. I fucked that up. I did not spell that correctly. As donors ask him to drop. Last day in Croatia. Get in now. Twitch.tv/HasanAbi. Do we have a meme? Do we have a meme for the blast off chat or not? Are you gonna talk about Biden calling himself a black woman? I did yesterday, but I'll talk about it extensively today. Thank you for the playlist, Demasius. Okay. All right. Boom. Posted and roasted. He's also said something about roadways before he lost his train of thought. Yeah, he's not doing too good, but we knew that already. Look at the front page of the New York Times. They're going all in on Mamala. It's Mamala time, baby. All right, blammo, we did it. Labour won a UK landslide. Why doesn't it feel like that? A lot of talk about the Prime Minister. Let's see. The reintroduction of Kamala Harris. Oh my God. It's below the fold, but let me tell you, Tories were so ass. Scotland didn't even vote for its own guys. Dude, it is pretty crazy seeing this fucking massive wave of support, dude. You finna talk about Jeremy Corbyn, independent W or what? Yeah. Reform didn't do well as predicted. Shame that where I live voted for them. Wait, what do you mean didn't do as well as predicted? No, they fucking did gangbusters. What are we talking about? Dude, what? Reform did predicted as in 13 and only got 5 or 4? No, but that's still, guys, in comparison to the exit polls, they did way worse, but it doesn't matter. They're still, dude, they still got millions of votes, okay? Like, it's like the British Nazi Party getting millions of fucking votes. That's not, Reform won second in 98 seats. Like, you cannot tell me that this is not legitimately troublesome. This is the British Nazi Party, dude. It is fucking crazy. And here's why it's damaging, okay? Here's why that is incredibly damaging. Because immediately people start going, Reform isn't as extreme as other right-wing parties in Europe. Like people are already doing, people have this tendency without recognizing what they are doing to normalize extremist politics, okay? And this unfortunately never happens for leftist politics. It never happens for like socialism. It only happens for further and further reactionary right-wing politics. And I don't even think that guy is like secretly a fucking Reform supporter or anything. I just simply think that guy is doing the predictable thing that many people do when they see a genuine cause for concern, and then their first reaction to this genuine cause of concern is not to analyze it and go, oh my God, this is damaging. This is terrifying. There's millions of people in our fucking neighborhoods that went and voted for like out and about fucking fascists. Second place in 98 districts is unimaginably bad, especially because of what I said earlier, that like the conservatives, in order to launch a stronger opposition, will most likely play the role of normalizing reform's policies. You've seen this already happen with the AfD in Germany. You've seen this happen with Marine Le Pen, the Nationalist, the party in France. It starts off marginal, and then before you know it, 2 election cycles later, you're like, what the fuck's going on? How do we get here? And there's always people like myself who have been covering this stuff for years and years, who is telling you every step of the way, this is unimaginably scary. Reform nearly got half as many votes as Labor. Quite worrisome here. Yeah, look at this. Labor's landslide victory definitely Labor's landslide victory kind of muddies the waters given the way that like British politics works in terms of like what their actual performance in totality looks like. Okay? Their actual performance in totality is insanely scary in comparison to former Labor politics and former Labor numbers. Okay? And also, when you look at something like this, okay? When you look at the vote numbers across the board, Reform UK got 4 million. They almost fucking reached the conservative number, dude. That is like I don't know what to say. That is so terrifying. Okay? That is unimaginably terrifying. Like, that is a red alarm bell. That we're talking like we're nearing re-education camp territory, like immediately. Okay? Like someone's like the British boomer class is out of control, dude. They are so insanely reactionary. Okay? Yeah, this is what's important to analyze. Like it's a thumping majority without a thumping share in the vote. What could possibly go wrong? Like Labor doesn't have the popular mandate that people think it has in terms of the actual seat majority that it has. Okay? It's the lowest number of sitting conservatives in British history. Dude, I don't think you understand. Conservatives are out. Okay? Yes. And that's a good thing. 14 years of austerity. And finally, the British people were like, bro, we are so fucking poor. What the hell's going on? These guys have fucked us. And I heard this 5 years ago. Okay? 5 years ago, it was 9 years of Tory austerity. Something needs to change. Obviously, anyone who's the primary opposition party was going to win this election by a landslide. That's not the question here. That is not the interesting aspect of this election here. Everybody fucking knew that this was going to happen. Okay? Like, Rishi Sunak and the Conservatives were able to unite the British public against the Conservative Party. Okay? Problem is, they said, we are so poor, and a large population then said, and immigrants are to blame. Yes. Okay? This happened in Sweden. This happened in Nordic countries. This has been happening in Western Europe across the board. Okay? Austerity creates more poverty and more economic inequality in the hands of neoliberal governance. And then people experience that economic instability and that volatility, and they go, oh, I'm angry. And then there's one guy out there that says, you're angry. Look at those brown people. I think that's the reason why you're angry, right? Or in the UK, it's not even just brown people. It's like, look at those Polish people. That's the reason why you're angry, right? And people go, you know what? You're right. Actually, it is the fucking Polish. That is the reason why I'm angry. I don't even like their fucking food. What's this about? Okay. Or the Muslims. Oh my God. They're coming in numbers. They're coming in waves. Oh my God. They're coming in dinghies. Okay. It's the same story over and over again. And I think that this is legitimately fucking terrifying, especially when you consider that, one, this is rather Pyrrhic in terms of a victory, regardless of the actual landslide in like seats. Okay. And not only that, it spells that you don't have the popular mandate. Okay. You don't necessarily have the popular mandate. And beyond that, you personally, Keir Starmer personally, has signaled that he will continue the old school way, the Tory way of operating. Can a left take a W? I mean, we'll see what happens. Okay? Because if Keir Starmer operates in the way that he actually operated, or in the way that he spelled he would operate, which is a continuation of privatization and no actual cash infusions, no way to fix the economy, and no genuine improvements in infrastructure, no additional spending on government funded programs, whether it be the NHS, whether it be public transit. If he doesn't do that, and it doesn't seem like he's going to do that, The River Thames is going to be continuing to fill up with shit. The railroads are continuing to get worse and worse, and people are still going to experience an affordability crisis that has definitely been a major issue in the UK across the board. Okay, Thames. Sorry. This is convenient for the Tories. They can take this time to regroup and strengthen while the Tory in red clothing takes all the blame for a while. Then the pendulum can swim back to them. Some democracy. Brother, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think the pendulum is swinging back to them. I think the pendulum is swinging to a way more reactionary nationalism in the UK. I think that they are going to miscalculate and they're going to see this momentum and they're going to say, let's align with reform, actually. We'll take their seats. Look at the massive amount of voters that they're able to capture. Let's align with them. Okay, let's collaborate with them. Let's adopt some of their more reactionary influence. Bring it into the party. The Tories are already pretty fucking reactionary. They're super right wing in general. Rishi Sunak literally was already doing that. The Rwanda Protocol is literally like it's some unimaginable cruelty. It's like it's so perfectly British. I feel like it's Winston Churchill, okay? Without the keep calm and carry on World War II, like we lucked into the right side of that war politics, okay? It's insane. So we'll cover this in more detail in a second. Let's see the broader analysis.
Government this morning after voters threw out the ruling Conservatives in a historic shift to the left. Labour Party leader Keir Starmer required the symbolic approval of King Charles to become the new prime minister after Rishi Sunak handed in his resignation. Sunak's defeat is nothing less than a total repudiation by the British public. MTS Tayyab has more from London. MTS, good morning.
Good morning. Well, what a day in British politics, Nancy. After 14 years of Conservative rule, which saw the party bitterly fracture over Brexit, multiple leadership changes, and erratic internal divisions during times of national emergencies like COVID and the cost of living crisis, British voters have had enough.
I will also say that the global economic crisis across the board, like the global economic crisis in the Western world across the board, has basically been a repudiation of whoever is in power. Okay? This spells trouble for Biden's prospects across the board, even though, he has additional issues as well. But I will say, it doesn't matter who's fucking holding the reins. You know what I mean? Unless they are actually putting straightforward policy measures to combat the affordability crisis in a meaningful way, it doesn't matter what they call themselves. People are going to be like, no, you're done. It is basically a weird time where there is incumbent disadvantage. Okay? It's odd. It's not about like, because you see it with Macron in France, okay? Center right, centrist neoliberal, getting absolutely comstered. You see the Tories in the UK after 14 years get eviscerated. Okay? People are just like swinging. They're swinging at whatever they can. Mexico's a great example. Mexico, on the other hand, has put into Mexico has actually implemented certain policies that were broadly popular by the Mexican electorate, which is why they voted for the same party again. Okay? Sure, there were a lot of issues, but that's why I said, unless there's something that your current government is doing that people see as like a legitimate way to like try to stave off further issues. And if you are in the Western world, if you're in Western Europe, you definitely aren't doing enough because, there's not a lot of momentum in that direction, not a lot of momentum in either direction, really. And the only changes that can come will happen in the direction of further right-wing slants within governance, whether it be like raising the retirement age, whether it be trying to continue neoliberalism, trying to continue austerity in whichever way they possibly can, while packaging it as like, well, this is the sane, reasonable thing to fucking do. Okay. But if you look at the vote share, Labour and Lib Dems have more votes combined than Tory and Reform. Brother, Lib Dems, Like, what are we talking about? You think that like the OG Labor Party and liberal Democrats are supposed to be aligned? Like, what are we talking about right here? What the fuck? Lib Dems. Last time Labor had a super majority with Tony Blair, he said he regretted not being more progressive. I feel that Labor will do the exact same thing. This man, Keir Starmer, as far as I understand, unless he's been just like secretly faking it, and he actually is a fucking socialist, but he's been secretly faking being a centrist in order to, like, I guess, I don't know, in his own calculations, not put the fear of God in a bunch of reactionary British voters. Unless he like changes course on what he has messaged thus far, okay, I think he's going to be more right wing than fucking Tony Blair. I hope that's not the case, but it doesn't seem like I'm wrong so far. Anyway, let's continue.
And as Big Ben strikes 10, the exit poll is predicting a Labour landslide.
Even before a single ballot was counted, it was clear Keir Starmer's Labour Party had won a massive majority. And as the vote counting went into the early hours, it was confirmed.
We can now say with certainty that Labour have won the 2024 general election.
For the Conservatives, the defeat wasn't just crushing, it was a near annihilation. The worst result faced by the party in its 200-year history. Major figures out of jobs.
I mean, dude, they deserve so much worse. I mean, I'm be honest with you, like, they deserve to be imprisoned. Okay? This should have been nipped in the bud in the Thatcher era, okay? They should have just straight up done like a people's tribunal on the entirety of the Conservative Party and sent them off to the fucking mines, okay? Instead of privatizing said mines, they should have kept those mines, okay? They should have had state-funded mines that they shipped Thatcher and all of the fucking Tories to, and then done a serious re-education, okay? But they didn't. And the Tories have dominated British politics for a very long time. Specifically, the last batch was the past 14 years. And the UK became unimaginably poor, while also the British wealthy became unimaginably rich, which is, of course, exactly what happens both in America and every other fucking Western liberal democracy, where you have people in positions of power whose job is specifically to do that. Okay, you are joking, but I unironically support that. Am I joking? Who said I'm joking? The only joke here is that I forgot to run the top of the hour ad break and I'm running it 16 minutes in. Okay, that's the only joke. I wasn't joking when I said send them to the fucking mines. Okay. Anyway, the Green Party did get a lot of votes. They got 4 seats, 2 more than expected. So perhaps there's a silver lining here. I mean, yes and no. Look at the fucking Lib Dems, dude. Anyway, here's the 3-minute ad break now. Let's do that. 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. You know I'm being serious when I'm talking about British politics, and I haven't done a variety of different British accents throughout this process, okay? This is me locked in. Do you understand? I'm taking this shit seriously, all right? I haven't even done a British accent yet. It's been an hour. The coverage has started. I'm talking about motherfucking British politics, and I've yet to do an accent. I just did, I know, while I was serving the ad break. Anyway, let's continue.
Prime Minister Rishi Sunak soon conceded his party's brutal defeat.
The British people have delivered a sobering verdict tonight.
But the verdict was also fragmented, reflecting the deep dissatisfaction across Britain. Voter turnout was the second lowest since 1885, with Reform UK, an anti-immigrant party, gaining the 3rd largest share of.
Voter turnout was the second lowest since 1885 is the real sobering number. Okay? What the fuck? Dude, do they not vote? No, bro, because Labor sucks dick too. Is that good? Yeah. No, it's really good. They're hitting America numbers. Oh, by the way, it's percentage, obviously. It's like percentage adjusted to the population. I'm just saying that, like, they're literally doing America right now, okay? It's crazy. And they don't even have a fucking electoral college, which basically means that, like, many people in Many people just have the reason not to vote. You know what I mean? I mean, I guess it's like first past the poll. So like that's one reason, right? But even then, anyway, first past the post. Is it first past the poll?
First past the post voting system left it with just 4 seats. Still, its leader, Nigel Farage, the right-wing populist ally of former President Trump, won his. The Green Party, as well as independent candidates who ran on platforms to end the war in Gaza, also managed to nab formerly safe seats from Labour.
You campaigned for it, you fought for it, you voted for it, and now it has arrived. Change begins now.
Still, the sheer size of the Labour landslide gives Keir Starmer the most decisive of mandates. After 14 years in the political wilderness, Labour is back, and Keir Starmer is now Prime Minister.
And with Keir Starmer now the latest occupant of 10 Downing Street, he's a prime minister who's inherited a fragile economy, crumbling infrastructure, and a disillusioned public. It's now his job to try and fix it all.
Dude, England is so cooked. Like, dude, it is actually really fucking bad. It is actually really, really fucking bad. Like, when I say England is so poor, it's like, it's not normal, dude. It's like, we're talking Alabama poverty, okay? Bro, when I heard that it was either on TrueAnon or Chapo, there was a British correspondent they had on, talk about how, like, some hospitals in the UK can't have fat people on the second floor. I lost my fucking mind because, like, the ground will collapse because of the short-term concrete that they used and then just kept. Instead of like beefing up their infrastructure in the hospitals, they just like basically left it, and now it's rotting. So you can't even have fat people on the second floor. That's insane, man. It's just like, what are we doing here? What has become of the supposed superiority of the Western world? All these fucking people cope and talk about like Western world is crumbling. Western civilization is crumbling because of gay people. It's like, no, dude, your fucking concrete is crumbling. Okay. Like, what are you talking about? What do you mean? None of your fucking trains work. The fuck are you talking about, dude? China is literally building high-speed rail everywhere, dude. Everywhere. You go to Asia, every fucking country. You go to Africa, they're building shit non-fucking stop. Meanwhile, the UK can't even build their goddamn hospitals, and people are like, oh, the Western world is collapsing. It's like, because of gay people. Yeah, dude, it's gay people that's collapsing the fucking Western world. And it just is fucking falling apart, man. What the hell's going on? It was supposed to be a point of pride. Anyway, this is important to understand as well. Keir Starmer received fewer votes than Jeremy Corbyn did in both 2017 and 2019. Remember, Mr. Unelectable. In 2017, he got more votes. In 2019, he got more votes. Mr. fucking Unelectable, okay? That's because Labour didn't gain a lot of supporters in that time. Conservatives just lost a lot. No, yes, conservatives did lose a lot. But the major problem here is that given the crisis within the Conservative Party, Starmer should be cooking, okay? Starmer should be fucking cooking. Like, what are we talking about? He's the guy, right? He's the method. He's the movement. That's the way they presented it. The way that they presented Keir Starmer was that he was the great fucking liberator. He was going to make How Britain Became a Poor Country from Tom Nicholas. We will definitely watch this in a little bit, okay? Here's the UK food bank users, dude. Shit is mint. I mean, maybe they just open up more food banks. I don't know. Data lies sometimes, but like even then, not with Kid Starver in charge, dude. That shit's going to go down, trust. As in, he's just going to close them off. Anyway, shouldn't we support Keir Starmer as a visionary leftist, nevertheless, who led to the UK finally back to leftism? Yes, a visionary leftist. He's a revolutionary Stalinist, actually. He's a revolutionary Marxist. I'm super stoked for the UK. He's sending Rishi Sunak to a labor camp. I'm not even kidding. Most people would say yes to that. If there was a referendum on should we send Liz Truss and Rishi Sunak and Boris Johnson and prominent figures in the Conservative Party into labor camp, you would have 98%. You'd have Bashar al-Assad numbers on that referendum. Okay? It's not even a question. Because, like, even the fucking Tory voters hate them. So, you know, there you go. They'd be like, yeah, no, send their asses to the fucking labor camps. Let's go. Rishi Sunak to Rwanda. That would get 100% from the Reform Party, because they're like, oh, one less brown guy, thank you. They would be like, yes, 100%. 100% of like the 4 million, however many million people fucking voted for Reform would say yes to that. 4 million people united for different reasons. Yeah, send him home to Rwanda or whatever nation he's from. I don't care. Okay. All right. Labour wins by a landslide. Let's look at the Starmer versus Blair versus Corbyn comparisons.
Starmer is going to essentially more or less match what Tony Blair achieved in 1997 when it comes to seats in Parliament. But here's what's interesting. Look, this is how many votes across the country, how many people voted for Tony Blair and how those votes stacked up over the course of the count. Let's just compare that with what we've just seen for Keir Starmer. Just have a look at that. Okay, so that is the number of votes that Keir Starmer has achieved, and just look at how far short it is of the number of people who voted for Tony Blair in 1997. It's even short of the number of people who voted for Jeremy Corbyn in 2017, who obviously didn't even get into government. And so you can call that what you want. You can call it a change in the voting system. Well, certainly a representation of the voting system. You can call it efficiency. Whatever you call it, though, it is a thumping majority without a thumping share in the votes.
Yeah, I give 2 years before people are calling him Herr Starmer. I think he's going to be a Macron-style figure that causes so much disdain towards Labour and bring about the fucking Fourth Reich in the UK. That's my prediction. I hope I'm wrong. I really, really, really hope I'm wrong. But I'm telling you right now, it feels like we're at the precipice. If Keir Starmer continues with austerity, if Keir Starmer continues with privatization, if Keir Starmer continues with conservative policies with a fucking red sticker on it, okay? I'm telling you, if he does that, we're talking Reform UK, whatever the fuck it is. Maybe Reform takes over the Conservative Party entirely. Maybe it's just simply Reform. You're staring at the barrel of a goddamn gun, okay? You are staring down fascist mobilization in the UK like you've never seen. If he continues this, now maybe he doesn't. Maybe he was lying this entire time. In his entire election campaign, he was just lying, and he's secretly a committed Marxist-Leninist, and he's going to do unimaginable good, okay? Maybe. That would be incredibly hopeful. I just don't think that he would do that, especially considering what the party looks like now, what the Labour Party looks like now in comparison to where it was under Jeremy Corbyn, what they did specifically to like Corbynites and anyone who's like ostensibly a real leftist in the fucking Labour Party. You know, Starmer as a white hat centrist is hilarious. Yeah, he just like faked it. He faked being a centrist, and now you will see the real red Labour wave is actually red for communism. The spirit, the specter of communism is haunting the UK. Okay.
The sun broke out as the new occupants of number 10 arrived on Britain's most famous street. The welcome was warm for Keir and Victoria Starmer. His first words, a tribute to the man who'd just departed.
I want to thank the outgoing Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak. His achievement as the first British Asian Prime Minister of our country, the extra effort.
Yeah, dude. It was so wonderful. It made the already racist British people significantly more racist. He wasn't voted in. I know. It doesn't even matter.
That will have required should not be underestimated by anyone. And we pay tribute to that today. And we also recognise the dedication and hard work he brought to his leadership. But now our country has voted decisively.
Yeah, dedication and hard work to further fucking up the country. The dedication and hard work to like leaning into some of the most unimaginably reactionary white nativist immigration policies despite being like an Asian dude, despite being a brown dude, okay, like Rishi Sunak's last ditch effort was literally like, let's just kill migrants. And if we don't kill them, let's fucking just ship their ass to Rwanda. What an insane move, dude. That was crazy. Like, he's like, oh, are we losing? I'm assuming they have internal polls. I assume that they have like internal polls that were showing that like reform is like, you know, gaining momentum or whatever. And then his misdirection or his like party redirection was like, oh, are you guys really poor? Are you really angry about the affordability crisis? Are people going to fucking die in the heat due to heat strokes? Are people going to fucking food banks by massive numbers now? Well, you know, let's just kill a couple migrants. Call it a day. Sick. That seems good. That seems like a great idea.
For change, whether you voted Labour or not. In fact, especially if you did not, I say to you directly, my government will serve you. Our work is urgent, and we begin it today. Thank you very much.
His triumph is both historic and strange. The first Labour Prime Minister in 14 years enters Downing Street with a thumping majority, but his landslide lacked lustre, secured with fewer votes than Jeremy Corbyn got in 2019. It happened because the Conservatives experienced their worst ever defeat. Leaving his post earlier under more leaden skies, Rishi Sunak was heavy with humility.
To the country, I would like to say first and foremost, I am sorry. I have given this job my all, but you have sent a clear signal that the government of the United Kingdom must change, and yours is the only judgment that matters. Whilst he has been my political opponent, Sir Keir Starmer will shortly become our Prime Minister. In this job, his successes will be all our success.
He said, who want me? And everyone was like, not me, bitch. Who want me right now? Who want me? Yes or no? You want me? Nope. Why is she standing like that? Yeah, what the fuck's going on in the background, dude? I love the Democrat style rhetoric coming from Starmer, by the way. Did you guys pick up on that? Oh, to all the naysayers, I'm going to serve you. That is verbatim what Joe Brandon said when he won. Like, that is such classic Democratic Party, mealy-mouthed, liberal, libshit bullshit, okay? Oh, yeah, so to those who don't believe in me, I will serve you perhaps the most. Which is like, what are you saying, dude? No, don't say that, okay? Anyway, yeah, English Public on Rishi Sunak TikTok. This is a great TikTok. I know exactly what this is, because this is basically the election.
Excuse me, sir, have you got a message for Rishi Sunak?
Fuck off.
Yeah, you
Fuck off.
Fuck off.
Aye, get the fuck.
He's a knob. He's a prick. He's a cunt.
Have you got a message for Rishi Sunak?
Who?
The Prime Minister.
Ah, fuck him.
Fuck off. Anyway, that's the overwhelming attitude from the British towards this administration. Okay? So if you're wondering how these election results came to be, that's, there you go.
And I wish him and his family well. Whatever our disagreements in this campaign, he is a decent, public-spirited man who I respect.
Both leaders gracious in victory and defeat. It was a very British exchange of power. Mr. Sunak will stand down as Tory leader once the arrangements for his successor are in place. He headed to the palace to resign, ahead of Keir Starmer being commissioned to form a government by the King. This momentous day came after an extraordinary night.
Who's worse, Tories or Republicans? I mean, come on, dude. The American Republican Party is already the fucking Nazi party. What are you talking about? Like, it's bad and worse. Like, the Tories are fucking awful, but like, that's not dude, the Tories are awful. Okay, they're awful, but like, the Republican Party is historically one of the worst parties of all time. Okay, there is nothing even remotely redeemable. Not that there is anything remotely redeemable about the Tories either, but like, come on. Reform or Republicans, that's reductive. Reform is the American Republican Party, but in the UK, okay? Anyway, these kinds of conversations are kind of silly in general because they need to be adjusted to like American politics, American material conditions. Like, it's very different.
12 cabinet ministers unseated, and Liz Truss, ousted as Prime Minister after 45 days, now rejected by her constituents, losing one of the safest Tory seats in Britain. The Conservative nightmare complete as their long-time tormentor, Nigel Farage, has become an MP. Heckled by a series of protesters, but his party reform got 4 million votes, although, due to the electoral system, only a handful of seats to show for it.
It is very much my view that our outdated, first-past-the-post electoral system is not fit for purpose, and we will campaign with anyone and everyone to change this electoral system.
With fewer votes than Reform, the Lib Dems obtained vastly more seats. It was a night of sweet success for Ed Davey, and a morning of sober reflection.
Trust is a very precious commodity. It's hard won, and sometimes you've lost it, you lose it, and you have to work very hard to win it back. And I want to thank people for trusting us again. We will not let you down.
The Scottish Nationalists lost big as Labour rebuilt its red wall north of the border, while the Greens picked up a record 4 seats. This afternoon, we saw the procession of new faces of government walking up Downing Street. A female Deputy Prime Minister in Angela Rayner, a female Home Secretary in Yvette Cooper, and the first ever female Chancellor, Rachel Reeves. It is a dramatic changing of the guard, with a party whose big promise is to change Britain. Jason Farrell, Sky News.
60% voter turnout is crazy.
There's only 2 gen.
Are you kidding me? Welcome to America, baby. What are we talking about? Yo, they're hitting America numbers out there, dude. It's awesome. Low-key Keir needs to implement nationwide grants for AC installment and all housing. It's the only way. I mean, that's one of the immediate things he needs to do. It's not even a joke. Like, the AC situation is not a fucking joke. I'm not even kidding. Like, England needs to come to the first world a little bit on that front. I mean, there's death. There's actual death in this country. I love how Reform's first moves to question the election results. No fucking way they did that. That's awesome. I didn't even know that. All right. We just watched that video. Let's do before we get to the American conversation. Here's Corbyn and his message to the centrists.
On your win, do you want to congratulate Keir Starmer?
It's a fantastic win we've achieved here tonight in Islington North. It's a popular win where people have come forward to support an inclusive democratic campaign. It's a people-powered campaign, and I'm very, very proud of our result. Obviously, as a Labour government elected, congratulations on that. I will be an independent MP. That's what I've been elected as. And I will be there holding that government to account on issues of child poverty, of mental health, and of global peace and environmental demands. And that is what the people of Islington North have asked me to do. But it's also a very strong message that if you tread on democracy within your own party, it has consequences. And so tonight, the people of Islington North have spoken and elected me with 24,000 votes.
But isn't the message, in fact, that when you take the Labour Party to the centre, it wins a landslide? And if that means, you're on the edges of it, sometimes supporting it, sometimes criticising it, well, so be it.
It's a landslide, yes, in seats, but it is a lower vote than has been achieved in many previous elections. It's only 37% of the national poll, and our political system exaggerates parliamentary majorities because of first-past-the-post system. Now, maybe that's a debate for another day, but it comes with it a huge responsibility. We live in a country which is dominated by the power of billionaires and the poverty of millions. I think we need to change that, and I'm not convinced that the Labour manifesto's...
Oh my God. It's like, dude, it's like, if you're British watching this right now, if you're like a Labour voter watching this right now, it's got to feel like you fucked up. Like, this is the ex that got away, and you're just watching them thrive in some ways. And you have to be really reconsidering like how things turned out the way that they did. Because I 100% believe that Corbyn would have the broad popular mandate in this situation. Oh my God, what a beautiful moment it would be for the UK.
Economic offer will be able to deliver the fundamental changes our society needs. So I'll be a voice to try and bring about greater equality and opportunity for everyone in our society, particularly young people.
Let us just bring in a couple of the people around our table. We have Harriet Harman and Alistair Campbell, and I'm sure they're both keen to talk to you. Harriet.
Well, I think you make the changes that Jeremy says that he espouses by having Labour as the party in government, not by having somebody standing against the party as a maverick on the backbenches. And I think, you know, we've always stood for in the party collective endeavour. Sometimes things go our way, sometimes they don't, but collective endeavour on behalf of the people of the country as a whole. And what Jeremy Corbyn has done is stood out just as an individual and put himself as an individual above social progress for the country as a whole. And I just don't agree with that. I would never do that. Put my own interests above the party and the good the party can do the country. So I'm disappointed in you, Jeremy, but I expect that's nothing new.
Well, thank you for what you just said there.
I don't know what to say. There are so many things I want to say, and I am severely limited by the restrictive terms of service on twitch.tv. You will never stop me from thinking the things that I am thinking, but I cannot say it. All I will say is I do not like what she said. It made me upset. Like, it made me very, very upset. Anyway, let's continue.
People of Islington North simply voted for me because we put forward a positive, inclusive campaign, because we offered hope of real change, and also we stood up for democracy within our society when the Labour Party's machinery...
I love that. This cunt is fucking cunt, yeah? In her mind, what Jeremy Corbyn is supposed to do is just die. Like it's not like he was being selfish. Like, she's like, oh, how unimaginably rude that you ran against Labour when they gutted you, when they fucking shanked you, when they deliberately tried to tank the party. Like, what was he supposed to do? Just die? It's really inappropriate that you didn't kill yourself, Jeremy Corbyn. Really, how incredibly cruel and selfish of you. Like, what are you saying? What are you fucking saying right now? Like, many chatters probably don't know the history, but Jeremy Corbyn was specifically gutted under his leadership internally within the Labour Party. The current administrative, the current people who are controlling the Labour Party specifically were deliberately tanking the Labour Party because they did not want Jeremy Corbyn. They did not want Jeremy Corbyn's Labour Party to actually gain momentum. Okay? The people that fucked him over and deliberately thwarted his chances are now in power. Okay? I'm not just talking about calling him an anti-Semite. Okay? I'm not just talking about that, which is one part of it. Keir Starmer played a role in that. I think that with all of that in mind, and I do want to kind of, I don't know, I do want to kind of look into that a little bit today. I do want to, when you consider all of the things that they did, okay, when you consider all the things that they did internally, when you consider how they fucking shanked this man, okay, for being a real one, there's no other way to put it, okay, real like Joe Manchin and Kirsten Cinema hours over here, but then now the entire party is like Kirsten Cinema, Joe Manchin. Orospu evladı Hasan. Eyvallah kardeş. Öpüyorum seni. I know the Labor Files is the entire documentary on it, but my point is, what was he supposed to do? Just fucking quit public life altogether? Like after decades of service, he was supposed to just quit because like they fucked him over? Insane. Shut the fuck up. Suck my dick. Saying that it's like messed up that he even ran against Labor as an independent is insane after what Labor did to him, okay?
Was destroying democracy in Islington North.
Jeremy Alistair, would you hope that one day, like me, having been expelled from the Labour Party, that you'd get back into it?
Listen, Alistair, we've just had an election. I've been elected as an independent MP. I am very much part of the wider Labour movement. I've been a trade unionist all my life, and I'll be a trade unionist to the day I die. And I will obviously be campaigning and working with people both inside and outside the Labour Party. But I've been elected as an independent, and that's the mandate I've been given.
Jeremy, it's Rory coming in here. Are you worried that Labour's going to come in with a kind of mini austerity? They're signing up to £18 billion worth of spending cuts. They're ruling out any additional borrowing. They're ruling out tax rises. How are they going to be able to invest in public services and get the country going again if they're running on an austerity package?
I think you've taken us straight to the kernel of the problem. If the Labour manifesto doesn't...
I can't believe I'm saying this, but that question is actually really good. He's absolutely right. And that is precisely the reason why I've been fucking so critical. This is the reason why I'm so unimaginably critical of fucking Keir Starmer.
I fought...
Because their fucking mandate is just Tory light. Not even Tory light. It's just straight Tory. It's really fucked up.
Does offer any substantial changes either in taxation or in redistribution of wealth within our society, then how on earth can you bring about the social changes that are needed? Or are you going to go down the road of further wage freezes on top of the 20% cut in the living standards of the poorest people over the past 15 years? People voted for change and they expect to get it. So I would imagine there's going to have to be some serious heart searching about the economic direction in which this government is going to go, because if it doesn't deliver fundamental change, there's going to be a lot of very angry people out there.
Jeremy, can I ask you one other question? What, if you were still the leader of the Labour Party, what would you do to handle what seems to be one of the developing stories this evening, which is that there is something of the rise of the radical right in this country? What, in your view, is the best way for the Labour Party to tackle that?
Send them to the mines, baby. Send Nigel Farage and the Tories to the fucking mines, okay? We need to increase our agrarian output. That's what I would say. We need re-education camps. We need labor camps, okay? Get the mines back running. Fix the economy by making every lord serve a sentence in the fucking mines. I'm talking a lot about sending people to mines because I'm in Croatia and I got, partisans on the mind a little bit. That's probably part of the reason. It's just, throw them in the cuck pit.
Good question, Alistair, if I may say so. The rise of the far right across Europe and the titanic struggle that's now going on in France with the second round voting this Sunday is very, very serious. The far right has risen because centre parties have moved to the right to try and mop up the support of the far right. Social democratic and centrist parties have moved a bit to the right with them. And we've had some appalling examples of blaming refugees, blaming migrants, blaming boat people that have made a perilous journey to try and get to a place of safety, as if they're the cause of the social problems of our society. Let's stop blaming minorities and start looking at the fundamental inequalities of our society. The message I put out throughout this campaign in my own constituency of Islington North is I am not getting into that of blaming people who've come, for example, from Bangladesh or somewhere else. I'm instead saying bring people together so we solve our problems together. And I think the rise of the far right is dangerous. You won't beat the far right by conceding the ground to the far right. You have to make a stand against their horrible message of hate and...
How can you not love this guy? How can you not love this fucking guy, dude? I mean, how could I not love this man? He's just right. No notes. He's so right. It's not like he's saying something like totally out of pocket here. It's not like this is an insane assessment to make. It's the correct assessment to make. You don't have to be a fucking astute observer to be able to recognize that. You don't have to be brilliant to recognize that. He's just right. That's it.
Jeremy, just finally before we lose you, I just want to fill in the viewers on the fact that Johnny Mercer has lost his seat and Therese Coffey, former cabinet minister, has also lost her seat. But I just want to finally ask you also about Labour's position on Israel-Gaza, which has been costly to the party tonight. Jonathan Ashworth has lost his seat. Other people are in trouble over it. What's the lesson?
Well, the lesson is that people are appalled when they see the pictures of the destruction of Gaza.
Yeah, also, Corbyn right now, I mean, he'd be fucking getting absolutely cumstered by British media, but low-key, given the attitude that the British population has towards Israel right now, that is another moment of pure vindication. He literally would be the perfect Labour candidate. He would get constantly fucking yelled at for anti-Semitism and whatnot. But right now, imagine him leading the fucking Labour Party. Like if he was able to like actually fucking weather the storm. Oh my God.
I gotta say, I am a Jeremy Corbyn supporter. I think the main reason I am is because I feel that his words are backed up by decades of actions. And I'll just say one quick story. When my disabled friends were holding tiny demos all over to try and cling on to their basic human rights, only 2 MPs turned up again and again. And those two people were Jeremy Corbyn and John McDonnell. And I think that shows a real deep commitment to standing up for the rights of people who really need support and help, and of campaigning relentlessly in their own spare time for equality, peace and justice. And that's why I believe he's such a rare breed of politician, because his words are backed up by decades of action.
She's
And
right.
how many-
She's so fucking right, dude. It may, excuse me, goddamn, I got chills. She's deaf, chatters. Don't be fucking assholes here, and don't be ableist. It is just like, dude, I mean, across the board, he's better than Bernie Sanders. And you know my opinions on fucking Bernie Sanders, okay? I have loved Jeremy Corbyn for a very long time. I think he's fucking incredible. His only issue is that he's too much of a fucking pacifist, and he didn't have that dog in him. Like, he's the type of person who will commit to a cause and will put his literal body on the fucking line. It doesn't matter, but he's not as vicious as he needs to be, because British politics is filled to the brim with sharks. Is he like UK Bernie? He's better than UK Bernie. He's better than Bernie. Okay. Oh, she has palsy. She's not deaf. Okay, my bad. Regardless. I'm not super familiar with this, but why do people accuse Jeremy Corbyn of being anti-Semitic? Because he has an infallible record. So that was the only mechanism of attack for Corbyn, because he's always been a pro-Palestinian voice in a sea of dissent, in a sea of unified pro-Israeli sentiment. The UK is, in many respects, even worse than America, I would say, in terms of its media and in terms of its in terms of its Israel support. It has the same motivations, I think, that the United States has, in terms of just like it has the same motivations with NATO. Like, they're selling a lot of weapons. There's a lot of trade. There's a lot of economic collaboration and cooperation within the UK and obviously in the United States of America between US and Israel, UK and Israel. It's just, I mean, to be fair, the British people are responsible for Israel. You know, they did create it. So I think that should probably help you understand it. So it especially at a time when Corbyn has been such an outspoken advocate, saying things like we should be more reasonable about Hezbollah. You know what I mean? That's completely within, that is completely outside of the bounds of reason for anyone over the age of 40, even especially back then when he said that. You know what I mean? Nowadays, there is a lot more leeway for Palestinian emancipation. Demonstrating that kind of sentiment is actually no longer a burden, but a benefit. But back then, it was what are you saying? That's crazy. You hate Jews. That was what they hit him with. It's because he was right. He was right. He was always right. He is right, and he was right. And obviously that's part of the reason, him exhibiting that bravery at a time when many people were too cowardly to say anything, I personally think is, I'll tell you this much. There are a lot of leftists who I cooperate with, who I appreciate. There are a lot of center left, leftist, progressive commentators. There's always a voice in the back of my mind, because I always look back at how they treated Jeremy Corbyn. Someone said Mehdi Hasan. That's a good example. Okay. That's a good example. Mehdi Hasan kind of has to do that because he was a little bit too much of a fundamentalist back in the day. So that past haunts him in British politics in general. So he I'll give him more leeway than Owen Jones for the most part. You know what I mean? There are a lot of people that at the time absolutely fucking played into the anti-Semitism shit. I never fucking caved. I thought that was an insane, I thought it was an unimaginable cruelty and an unimaginable wrong to put on a person who has dedicated his entire life to fighting against the apartheid in South Africa, fighting against the apartheid in Israel. So anyway, isn't designating a country for an ethnicity of people most insanely racist and freakish thing you can do? Yeah. Yep. You and I called out the bullshit the entire time. It was always bad faith. Not only was it bad faith, but it came to America. They tried to, the Democratic majority for Israel is literally owned and operated by the same fucking people that did this shit to Corbyn in the UK. And they tried to do it to Bernie Sanders. Obviously, Americans are too stupid to understand that, like, yes, a Jewish person could very well be anti-Semitic, but this time it was for good. So no one was, so every American was like, what are you talking about? He's Jewish. Shut the fuck up. But they did do that to Rashida Tlaib, Ilhan Omar, many others. Not to say that Bernie Sanders is anti-Semitic, by the way. Of course, I'm not saying that. I'm just simply saying that, like, yes, a Jewish person can absolutely be anti-Semitic. Ben Shapiro exists, but you know, Americans are too stupid to recognize that, and it kind of backfired on the Democratic majority for Israel at the time. So, anyway, let's continue.
You had with Corbyn a moment ago. What did you say?
So we was experiencing homelessness here in Islington, and the council offered me property, but it was taking forever to.
Bro, I'm telling you, Corbyn is like a once in a lifetime figure. I don't know. I glaze him a little too much. Like, I don't really. You never hear me glaze a politician like this. Okay, he has stories like this by the thousands. Okay, like he has. You fucking go up to a person and be like, what do you think about Jeremy Corbyn? They'll be like, I was homeless and he gave me a house. Like, it's not even just like his broader, you know, policy prescriptions or anything, which I obviously align with. It's like he's also an unimaginably nice guy. An unimaginably nice guy. Okay? He would never serve the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour, unlike me. Why is he better than Bernie? Just wondering. Because his positions on the Israeli apartheid is unshakable. Did he recently get into electoral politics and elected? What? He's been a fucking... what? No, dude, he's been an MP since like the 80s. No. Or 90s? I don't know exactly when he started, but no, dude, he's been around for a very long time. What the fuck? You know, Bastani misses leg day? Listen, I'm not going to hit him with that. He used to be super fucking yoked, and he's getting back into it. He's getting back in shape. I like it.
And at the same time, we was fleeing domestic abuse, and I was stuck in this flat, and obviously we was unsafe. So I emailed Jeremy Corbyn directly, and he spoke to the council.
Oh yeah. Also, like I said, at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. So that is what's going to happen to you if you no longer want to see those ads. All you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with Twitch Prime. His story is like some revolutionary propaganda. He's always there for the least fortunate. He dedicated his life to just making people's lives better. Yeah, it's like, it seems stupid. Like, it seems surreal how nice of a person he is.
And now we have this beautiful 2-bed council property, but it's like a converted house. It's so gorgeous, and it's in a nice area. And it's like from where we came from to this now, and it was because of him.
I promise that you weren't canvassing. You just happened to pass by and...
I saw him down there. I was like, I need to say thank you. Represent us.
Dude, that's so... Dude, it's crazy. She said Jeremy Corbyn saved me from like homelessness and domestic abuse, dude. And it's not a unique story. There are so many stories like this. This man does this shit literally in his free time. God, he's so amazing. I love him so much. And I'm so fucking angry. I will never forgive England for what they did to him. Okay? This is the type of shit they did to him. Rachel Riley defends Corbyn t-shirt and thanks fans for support. Jeremy Corbyn is a racist endeavor is the fucking t-shirt that she posted. You know what he was actually holding up? You know the placard that he was actually holding up in the original photo? Oh my God, this article doesn't even show the original photo. Oh my God, Rupert Murdoch needs to be launched into the fucking sun on a one-way ticket, dude. Are you fucking kidding me? Like, Sky News, you guys are such fucking demons, bro. Oh my Lord. It doesn't even show the original photo? Are you serious? That's crazy. That's crazy. It's literally, they buried the lead. Oh my God. The image has been edited from an original photograph of Mr. Corbyn being arrested at a London protest against racism in South Africa back in 1984 during his first year as an MP. It's not even in the article. That is like literally, oh my God. Even when they're like trying to defend it. Murdoch doesn't own Sky News UK. Oh, really? I thought it was still owned by the Murdochs. Whatever. It doesn't matter. They're demons nonetheless. Defend the right to demonstrate against apartheid is what he was fucking being arrested for. Yeah. Demonstrate against apartheid. Join this picket. When was this photo taken? 1984. 1 year into him being an elected MP. Oh.
What's not relevant?
your
know that we love you with all our hearts.
Thank you, darling. With your support.
Also, the Americans, we are with you.
Sí, todos los American Latinos.
Yes.
It's voto para Jeremías y los izquierdistas, okay?
Dude, he's so, oh my God, he's such a fucking, he is the prototype, dude. He is the prototype. He is the guy. He is that dude. He is that bitch, bro. He is that bitch.
How often a day are you being stopped by people? And I know it's always happened because you're the MP.
Every 2 minutes.
Yeah, I bet. Is that a problem in terms of campaigning? Because disrupting you constantly.
But you actually meet more people walking around the streets than you do knocking on doors. Hello. Hello, love. How are you doing?
We've been walking, I swear to God, 100 metres, stopped 4 times.
Hey! How you doing?
Just crazy.
The right-wing press used his earrings as an MP as an attack in 2019. Brother, the right-wing press literally said that him biking everywhere was because he's a Maoist. Okay? Do you understand how fucking horny they were for him? They said he has a Maoist bike. You think I'm joking? Let's look it up. Okay? Corbyn Maoist bike. Jeremy Corbyn hits back at the press from asteroids to Maoist bicycles. Revealed how Jeremy Corbyn welcomed the prospect of an asteroid wiping out humanity, attacked pigeon prejudice, and demanded a ban on Action Man toys. Revealed the evil monster haunting Jeremy Corbyn's past. Mar is snubbed for a day at church. Where's the fucking where's the Maoist bicycle thing? I remember seeing it at the time. It was incredible. I think it's one of those articles, like literally. It was the subtitle in the Times. The new Labour leader treated himself to a black cab at his home yesterday, abandoning his Chairman Mao-styled bicycle his neighbours always see him riding. Other than that, Jeremy Corbyn treated much of the weekend like any other. You can see here Jeremy Corbyn eating a sausage, much like Stalin would. Sausages, a Stalin-style sausage he was eating. They said he was anti-Semitic because he said Epstein instead of Epstein, okay? They said he was anti-Semitic because he said Epstein. That's not even a dude. These people are not even, like, they were not playing around. That's when I truly realized, like, I always knew that, like, British media sucks, right? I never knew how bad it was. I'm telling you, that's why for years and years, I've told you since this shit happened, I told you for years and years, like, if you think the American press is bad, like, British press is fucking so much worse, dude. Piers Morgan, whose show I go to all the fucking time, you need to understand something. That motherfucker was investigated for, like, hacking into the royals' phones, bro. They do not play around over there. They are fucking insane. British media is fucking insane, dude. Or not the royals' phone, a dead girl's phone. Anyway.
In every election for the past 40 years as a Labour candidate. This time, I'm denied that. So, I'm offering my services as an independent in Islington North. I hope you'll be able to support me. I'm looking forward to the PhDs that are going to be written that are going to analyse what happened in the Labour Party, that welcome Tory MPs who had voted for all of the horrible legislation introduced by David Cameron, Theresa May, Boris Johnson and Rishi Sunak. I exclude Liz Truss from that, because she didn't have time to introduce anything. And they've been welcomed, whereas Labour MPs like me have been removed from the party. Doesn't that say something about the principles on which we're operating? When I stepped down as leader of the Labour Party, the party membership was hovering around 600,000, the largest membership.
The problem with the dynamic that Corbyn brought to the Labour Party was that, like, the youth vote was college students and a shit ton of, like, he brought a shit ton of young voters to the Labour Party, okay? At a time when all of the Labour strongholds were suffering massively due to, obviously, at the time, 9 years of Tory austerity. And this created a fissure within the party, okay, which the centrist, center-right Labor Party Lib Dems basically took advantage of. Okay, I mean, this is like Brexit sentiment is exactly what I'm talking about. That is the fissure. Obviously, London youth vote for Labour was understandably anti-Brexit. I myself am anti-Brexit. I was very openly anti-Brexit. There were other leftists in America who were not in agreement with me. My friends who were not in agreement with me. I thought that Brexit was fucking stupid. It was foolish. It was reactionary nonsense. Okay? But there was a shit ton of Labour voters in the fucking strongholds, old school Labour, lifelong Labour voters who are now in dire economic circumstances that wanted Brexit to happen. And Jeremy Corbyn was stuck without a good position on Brexit. That is probably what did him in, on top of the anti-Semitism shit. Wait, what? There were leftists who were pro-Brexit? That sounds wild to me. No, that's not wild at all. Anyway.
It's ever had. Money
wasn't just a pro-Brexit. He never gave a firm position on Brexit. He literally always ran away. He always fucking ran away from giving like an actual position, which fucked him. People were like, what do you mean you don't have an official position? Which is ironic because it's like that shit literally, that was the correct position, okay? Being somewhat of a Eurosceptic while simultaneously thinking that it's good to have this kind of like trade. It's good to have this kind of trade and like freedom of movement for the UK, which was able to carve out its own very specific EU deal anyway, and was like pretty much autonomous regardless. Like, that was it was the dumbest thing to do. Luckily, his Brexit minister helped him come up with good Brexit policies. That minister's name, Keir Starmer. All of this should be anti-EU. That doesn't mean Brexit was good, though. No, dude. The European Union is bad, but like, you know, the European Union is obviously a mechanism to reinforce neoliberalism in the entirety of the European Union. Having said that, however, this kind of collaboration amongst European countries is a fucking absolute must. That's ridiculous, okay? So EU on principle is not a bad concept. Like, it's ridiculous. EU in its application is bad, but EU on principle is unironically a necessary thing. Like, I don't know. I just, let's continue.
Came in large amounts from very small donations from a very large number of people. Since then, party membership is much smaller and much more money comes
EU
from...
is not inherently harmful like NATO. I will say that. Like, I'm much more anti-NATO than I am anti-EU.
Very wealthy donors. The democracy in the Labour Party has been under sustained attack. Many Labour Party members have been suspended or expelled. Local parties have often been denied the right to choose the candidate they want, and despite promises that were made, candidates have been imposed on people in constituencies. Democracy is not always easy, it's often complicated, but it's more important and more vital than the headline of tomorrow or the ease of somebody sustaining their power today. I joined the Labour Party as a young man in 1966, and I frequently disagreed with the party's policies. For example, over the strategy on the Vietnam War of the Wilson government of that time. I disagreed with Tony Blair on the war in Afghanistan, in Iraq, and on his proposal to increase student fees. I wasn't expelled from the party, I wasn't suspended from the party. I was recognised as having a legitimate voice, along with a large number of other people. If you start shutting down dissent and preventing people from speaking out, it's not a sign of strength. It's a sign of weakness. A sign of strength is when you can absorb and listen to the other person's arguments. I want to see the end of the Tory government, this Tory government that has presided over this enormous growth in inequality within our society. Working class communities are about 20% worse off than they were at the time of the great crash of 2008-9. And this government that has persisted with so much draconian legislation, police law and others, which try to shut down the right of dissent and the right of protest. But what has become more depressing is the growing sympathy between the two front benches on economic strategy in our society. If I'm in Parliament and the government comes forward to put more money into the National Health Service, I'll be right behind them. If they want to put more resources into education and end the stress of testing, I'll be right behind them. But if they come forward with an economic strategy which further enriches the very richest in our society and further impoverishes the poorest in our society, then I will be speaking up against them and speaking up for a society based on social justice, based on need, and a world based on peace and environmental sustainability. Being a member of Parliament is an enormous privilege. And in Parliament, it means being prepared to take up causes that are sometimes...
He's also hot. He's always been hot.
Not popular. I was involved from the very beginning in the campaign for the innocence of the Guildford Four. 4 young people who were disgracefully imprisoned on life sentences for a crime they did not commit.
I'm a Corbyn gooner, 100%. I'm a gooner. I'm a gooner for Corbyn.
It wasn't very popular to take up that cause. But over years, we eventually won that cause and they were released. Being a member of Parliament is lots of long hours and hard work. I'm not afraid of that. This election is obviously a very important one, and defeating the Tory government is very important. But there's many diverse forces that are opposing this Conservative government. All kinds of political alliances will arise after the election. I say to socialists all over the country, stick to your principles, carry on campaigning in all the social justice and peace causes you do, and also participate in the election so you can advance the ideas of a socialist society. To the people of Islington North, thank you for your support. Thank you for all you've taught me over the years. It is a wonderful community, cohesive, united, determined to bring about social justice. Yes, we have huge issues to deal with, but we deal with those together. And it's my joy to work with all of our communities, in our community centres, in our schools, on our housing estates, to try and bring about a better world. Our campaign, and it is ours, not just mine.
When you hear him speak and the love that you feel for him, you have to also remember, like, dude, imagine how people felt about, like, Lenin. You know what I mean? Like, imagine how people felt about Ho Chi Minh. Imagine how fucking people felt about Tito. Like, these are... Because, like, think about it. If you... Not everybody is going to align with their opinions, okay? But, like, imagine how people felt about Che or Fidel Castro. Like, can you... Dude, being a socialist, being a follower of Castro in Cuba at that time, you're like, oh, my God, the world is the greatest... This is the greatest opportunity of all time. You will never, ever... You will, of course, look at... No, he's nowhere near Lenin. Man, shut up. That's not the comparison I'm making. I'm trying to help people understand through contemporary politics, like, why there's so much idolization of, like, former socialist leaders. Okay? Because those are the guys who actually also got shit done. They didn't get shafted and destroyed. This also demonstrates why there's so much, like, idolization of figures like this that remains throughout time, especially if people were alive back then. Okay? That's the point.
For the general election is going to be people-powered. Check it out on votecorbyn.com and join in. Together, grassroots politics here in Islington North will get into Westminster.
Anyway, yeah, I saw the photos, the zoom in on my marrow. Vote for Corbyn on Islington. Fuck, man. England could have had it all, dude. They could have reliably had it all. But what did they have? Oh, by the way, Donald Trump is, of course, glazing Nigel Farage. I mean, we haven't even talked about this fucking piece of shit, Nigel Farage. Congratulations to Nigel Farage on his big win of a parliament seat amid Reform UK election success. Nigel is a man who truly loves his country, DJT. You know, just a little international fascist collaboration. We already talked about Keir Starmer receiving fewer votes than Jeremy Corbyn did in both 2017 and 2019. And also, the other incredibly damning aspect of this election is the fact that the Conservatives got 6.7 million views, 119 seats, and Reform got 4 million views, Reform is literally a fascist party. Okay, do not let any single person try to steer you in a different direction. Oh, they said views. Oh my God, votes. Fuck, my brain is so broken. I'm a content creator. Okay, I'm a content creator. I'm stupid. Okay, shut the fuck up. I'm a view count Andy. Listen to me. Let's get back to some serious shit. Okay, 4 million British people went out and were like, "Oh, the fucking fascist lad, I like it." Okay, that is crazy. Don't just look at the seat number. You have to look at the fact that Reform got second place. Okay, Reform got second place in 98 districts. 98. Okay, no, not third. I'm telling you, this is oh my God, it is so fucked up. It is so bad. Yeah, it's the British Union of Fascists. Exactly. They are that. That's what they are. Okay. Anyway, support for the hard right surged. Conservatives went from 43.6%. Hard right Reform got a 14.3% boost. Labor up by, from 32.2 to 33.8, like a very modest increase at a time when like the conservative is they're tanking. Labor center left lol. I mean, it's insane that it is a center left party. 2% to 14%, dude. Edingermentum says a dead dog would be leading the Tories by 20 points. The only thing that Labor's dipshit campaign has done is let Reform surge. Anyway, yeah, I got the full New York Times article. Thank you for sharing it, by the way. Thank you for giving me a free article, chatter, and anyone else who clicks on it. What does Labour's landslide mean for UK's political future?
Now, all number of electoral records have been broken today, and there are a lot of statistics to digest. But when you give each constituency in the UK equal visual weight, it really lays bare the enormous shift we've seen from the 2019 election to now. Well, I'm joined now by Alistair Campbell, who worked for Tony Blair. He's now a podcaster who writes children's books about democracy. Sir Craig Oliver, who worked for David Cameron, and...
That's such a funny thing to do, dude. That is, that's awesome. My man writes children books about fucking democracy now.
Liz
That's
Lloyd,
sick.
who worked for Nicola Sturgeon in the Scottish government. Alistair Campbell first. This idea of loveless landslide, a term coined by our political editor Gary Gibbon, a vote against the Tories but not for Keir Starmer. Does that store up problems for the future?
Well, it is a fact that people wanted to get rid of the Tories, but there had to be a viable alternative, and that was the difference between today and 4 years ago. The country sees a viable alternative, and loveless or not, a win is a win, and a landslide is a landslide, and a big majority is the opportunity to deliver the kind of change that Labour are talking about. So I don't buy all this stuff that this is some sort of, Pyrrhic victory. It's a huge victory. He's only the fourth person who's led Labour from opposition into...
I just want to show you some... Alistair Campbell proposed legal threat to the BBC amid Iraq war coverage row. Files reveal government papers released to the National Archives show animosity between broadcaster and Number 10 Downing Street in the early 2000s. The former Number 10 spin doctor Alistair Campbell suggested setting lawyers on the BBC, while Tony Blair was warned to expect a magisterial rebuke from senior figures at the broadcaster as the row over its coverage of the war in Iraq intensified in the early 2000s, government papers show. So, Alistair Campbell is what The Thick of It is based on, which is what Veep is based on. It's written by Armando Iannucci, who I really like. Death of Stalin is another work of his. And, wait, what? Biden is live? What the fuck? Oh, no, it's a campaign event. It's teleprompted. Is teleprompter shit. I don't care about that. Anyway, the funniest thing about this person and their career is that they're like our version of like Bret Stephens, David Frum and Bret Stephens, like those guys. Okay. It's just like now he's writing children's books about democracy. It's sick. Thanks, man. Like he went from his strong advocacy work in killing Iraqi children and threatening the BBC for covering it a little bit to writing books for kids. Anyway,
majority government, and he's now got a mandate for change.
Also, Craig Oliver, absolute catastrophe for the Tories. Do you see any leadership candidate capable of rebuilding the Tory party, or is it over? I mean, Jacob Rees-Mogg just said on this programme that Boris Johnson should be a contender.
Look, there'll be endless people mouthing off in the next day or so about who they think should be doing what. And I think that the thing the Conservative Party needs to do is just take a little bit of time and reflect. And perhaps that's the last service, or great service, that Rishi Sunak can do to the Conservative Party, which is stay on as leader, allow them some breathing space, take stock, and not take rash decisions immediately.
Well, Liz Lloyd, I just wonder if you could tell us how the SNP comes back from that. The same sort of question that I just asked Sir Craig, really. Is this an existential problem for the SNP?
I don't think so, no. But I think they do need to take some time, and as Craig has just said for the Conservatives, they need to reflect on why the result was what it was tonight, why they couldn't capture the disaffection with the Tories, why it all went to Labour, which is a lot to do with government. It's partly to do with the mess the party's been in over the year. And I think it's also that people aren't quite sure what the SNP, aside from independence, is standing for at the moment.
It was a vote against the SNP's record, wasn't it?
I think in part, yeah, it was mainly a vote against the Tories. That anti-Tory vote could have come to the SNP if people hadn't also been judging the SNP's record in government and the difficulties the party's had over the last year, which, you know, didn't put it in the best position to capture those votes.
Alistair Campbell, we heard Sir Keir Starmer talk repeatedly about service. I mean, do you think he could surprise us with his radicalism? Might he take some tough decisions, some brave decisions early on? Would you advise him to do that?
I would, because I think that this early...
Yeah, when he says brave decisions, he means like, I don't know, fucking sending troops to Ukraine or something, okay? I don't think he means like tackling child poverty. What he means is tackling children, okay? Fuck it, let's go back to Afghanistan type shit. He's like, I do not care much for tackling child poverty as much as I care about tackling children. That's right, immigrant children trying to come here on boats. Imagine a world where Keir Starmer is wearing boxing gloves, ready to go. Have at it, Hoss, he says. Tackling them like Boris Johnson did. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, tackling kids like Boris at the football field.
Period of his premiership, he's going to have enormous power. The power of the majority, the power of the office, and I think you're already seeing that. I was noticing when I was on Channel 4 last night, the live audience watching Keir Starmer speaking, they were watching him in a different way to how they might have done the day earlier, because he is now the Prime Minister. And I think when you say that growth is the #1 mission, just take housing, take planning reform. I mean, this is the first...
Oh, yeah, here it is. Here it is. This is a HasanAbi classic. That's awesome. That's so sick.
First time I can remember a campaign where a party has put planning reform at the heart of its campaign. They've now got to do that, and that will be difficult. We live in a NIMBY country. We're going to have to change that, because people are going to have to face some very difficult constituencies, including...
Wait, did he just say we live in a NIMBY country? Did he just unironically use the term NIMBY? Is he using not in my backyard as a terminology? Yo, that is a podcaster. Okay, no, now I get it. No, he's literally just a podcaster. Okay. That's the most, he's not wrong, but it's just wild to hear the term NIMBY being used as a term that everybody fucking understands, like as though like everyone got what you meant. Okay. He is such a fucking podcaster. Oh my God.
...to the campaign. They've now got to do that, and that will be difficult. We live in a NIMBY country. We're going to have to change that, because people are going to have to face...
Yeah, I know. Okay, so he's the one who has the podcast with Rory. Okay, now a lot of this is starting to make sense. Because I see clips from that podcast all the time. That's the reason why people think Rory is like brilliant, because they're doing so much on TikTok. NIMBY, nonsense in my backyard. What the fuck does NIMBY mean? Yes, it is not exactly it is so obviously not a mainstream concept that there's motherfuckers in this community that they don't know. Okay, reconnection successful. Okay, we're back. We did it. You all kept calm and carried on this joyous occasion. You all won. That's right. We kept calm and we carried on. And for that, we are back. Anyway, a NIMBY is not in my backyard. A person who opposes development, specifically housing. Okay? Either because they don't want their property, they don't want their cost, like their housing value to go down because there's more supply. Okay? Or a person that opposes it because a person that opposes development because like they're just annoyed that it's gonna, you know, make a lot of noise and stuff. You're not even mad. I'm proud of you. Yeah, it's because I've given up and it's my last night here, so I just don't personally care that much. It's okay. Like, it is what it is. It basically, like, I'm almost certain I have a fucking 40K viewership this week if I wasn't in Croatia. And I've given up on that notion. There's like not much I can do about it, you know? It is what it is. I'm coming home just like England. There's like not much I can do about it, you know? It is what it is. I'm coming home just like England. A lot of that stuff matters, you know? You can't expect people to like losing viewers. Yeah, exactly. Here, like I'm losing viewers by banning them one by one. It is what it is. People just go, all right, fuck this. Like, you know, this guy effed. I'm done. Let's continue.
It's very difficult constituencies, including in their own constituencies.
So he could be unexpectedly radical on planning in particular, do you think?
Well, I mean, I think he could be radical on all sorts of fronts. I think there's a really interesting, Tom Baldwin's book about Keir Starmer, I think there's a really interesting narrative in there. Every stage of his career, he's kind of been underestimated, constantly written off, and then over-delivers. And he's done it through his legal career, he's done it through his political career to become the leader of the Labour Party in next to no time. And I suspect he will do it as Prime Minister in very difficult circumstances.
Advise the Tory party in the way that Alistair Campbell's just advised the Labour Party. How do they deal with Farage?
Well, look, I think that they've got to first and foremost recognise that this was a punishment election. It's pretty clear that it was a referendum on this Conservative Party.
I think they recognise it. I think it's pretty hard not to recognise that. I mean, that's like, the entire country's like, fuck off, mate.
British people went out of their way to find ways to vote against them. And I think what it proved is, look, you can't do Partygate, you can't do the mini budget, you can't tell people you're going to slash net migration and see it double, and then expect people to listen to you. So I think that what the Conservative Party's got to do is realise the mistakes it made. Also,
invite Farage into the fold?
No, I think they need to take a lesson from the Labour Party. Not so long ago,
I fucking called it. Oh my Lord. Hold on. We're going to run that back. I said this yesterday. I said this verbatim. I said this morning, earlier when I first started. I said this. I'm sorry. I'm not the most brilliant person. Okay. I'm not the most well-read person, but I got some good ass political instincts. Okay. This is precisely what I told you last night was going to happen.
And I think what it proved is, look, you can't do Partygate, you can't do the mini budget, you can't tell people you're going to slash net migration and see it double, and then expect people to listen to you. So I think that what the Conservative Party's got to do is realise the mistakes it made. Also, look, take a lesson.
Invite Farage into the fold?
No, I think they need to take a lesson from the Labour Party.
Yeah, they need to take a lesson from the Macron party. Okay, they need to do what Macron did. The longest-serving Conservative MP, Sir Edward Lay, says the party needs to invite reform. I would absolutely welcome Farage join us. If he wants to stand for leader, that would be a matter for our members. Dude, I'm telling you, dude. I'm telling you, dude. They're doing it. I know how these cretins work, okay? I know how these fucking creatures operate. I know how cowardly they are, and I know how disgusting they are. I know the moral rot. He actually said take a lesson from Labour, though. Yes, dude. He's saying Labour capitulate. He's David Cameron's fucking advisor, dude. Of course, he's saying, look, Labour won because Labour capitulated to the fucking right. Okay? So that's what he's now saying is what the Conservatives should do to reform, which is completely undermining everything. That is the other thing that I called when I said they are going to make it seem as though Keir Starmer won with this popular broad mandate because he's a center-right figure.
So long ago, they were trying to suggest a revolutionary socialist should be our prime minister, but Keir Starmer tacked back towards the centre. That's how he showed people that he was elected. And I fear that the Conservative Party, it's just too easy to say that you add the reform vote to the Conservative.
There you go. No, he's saying that Keir Starmer retriangulated to the center right, which is false. Okay, that's a falsehood. Now what he's going to say? Now he's going to say we got to take some of the initiatives that the Reform Party's putting forward and adopt them as our own, which they did. Rishi Sunak did that, and he still got cumstered. So.
Vote, and therefore you're going to magically get ahead of the Labour Party. Elections are won in a much more central position.
Wait, so which contender best represents that? Because a lot of the centrists have lost their seats, haven't they?
Well, look, if I'm honest, I'm struggling to see. I'd be interested, I think, if some people try and throw Jeremy Hunt into the ring. The reason I say that is that I think that they think he's a calm.
Never mind. He's saying the opposite. He's saying that the center right needs to go to the center. But he started off the conversation by talking about immigration. I mean, it's an idiotic assessment regardless. But he literally started by talking about how, of course, like people are angry at conservatives because of immigration. What is this? Interesting. This guy opposed the anti-BDS bill and was a part of a group of 8 Jewish lawyers that called on Israel to obey international law, replacing Emily Thornberry, who refused to say if Israel was breaking it or not. Richard Hermer has been appointed Attorney General. He will attend cabinet. Damn. Okay. No, you were right. It's just with the right-wing position, he's now calling a centrist position. It is a good appointment. Yeah. Conflating Jewish with Zionist? No, dude. No. You're misunderstanding everything that this person is saying. Okay? He's saying 8 Jewish lawyers in the UK, him being one of them, called on Israel to obey international law. Okay? In a situation like that, especially in the UK, it's important to mention that because it's the easiest way to fucking deflect away from anti-Semitism accusations because, like, you know, they're Jewish. They are critical of Israel. Like, this is a good thing. This is actually a good appointment, a very good appointment, seemingly. It's not like a name the Jew style situation. Keir Stalin is here, doubters out. Yeah, that's right, dude. That's what's happening, boys. It's happening. Keir Stalin. He's gonna do it. To the gulags, dude. Secret socialist. He actually was like super anti-Israel across the board. Yeah, he's like, I ousted. He comes out and he says, I ousted Jeremy Corbyn because he wasn't positive enough on Hezbollah. Okay? He's like, I've already secured weapons contracts with Hezbollah. I have Hassan Nasrallah on speed dial. I'm sending him British ships. Okay? The Lebanese Navy is going to be the Hezbollah Navy. Do you understand? The reason why I kicked out Corbyn was because he wasn't radical enough on Israel. He's immediately doing BDS.
the people would go for that, I don't know. But
and he
look,
worked his socks off in that campaign, didn't he?
He worked his socks off in this campaign. But look, I think you're going to see Kemi Badenoch having a go. You're going to see Priti Patel having a go, James Cleverly. There's going to be a lot of people out there.
Farage is coming for you, isn't he? He's made that clear today. Well, not you personally, but...
Yeah, he didn't want his party showing support for the trade unions because he was secretly in talks with them to gift them the train companies. Yeah, he was like, don't fuck up the bag, okay? Why else would Mick Lynch support Labor after all? Think about that, okay? That's right, because Mick knew Keir Stalin was actually nationalizing rail, okay? Creating workers' councils specifically for rail. He's nationalizing it and he's giving it back to the fucking railroad workers, dude. Trust the plan. Trust the process. Keir Stalin, he's coming, dude.
No, I suppose you'd like to. Look, I think that you can't write off Nigel Farage, and Reform did come second in lots of places. But I think that you cannot beat Farage at his own game. You can't out-Farage. Populism has never worked. He is a creature of populism. He is somebody who doesn't see politics as being there to solve challenges and problems.
Yeah, this is also, ironically, every media elite guy, no matter which country you go to, is this like annoying technocratic neoliberal. Okay? Oh, populism does not work. It's like, dude, what are you talking about? Look at Reform. They got 4 million votes. What the fuck do you mean populism doesn't work? Right populism is just racism. Okay? Left populism is socialism. It literally works. One works in a good direction. The other works in a dire direction, in a devastating direction. Care to guess which side these neoliberals inevitably lean on in terms of populism?
Is there to exploit them. Labour has to show it can solve the problems the country's facing, including the problems that he exploits. And that's the only way to do this.
Liz Lloyd, in a way, you're the populists that became the incumbents, and now you're getting punished for being the incumbents. Is independence now off the table, or are there independent supporting Labour supporters who could provide a way forward for you?
Yes, those people could provide a way forward, but I think in the short term it is off the table. And that's something that actually the public already know. It's one of the reasons why independence wasn't a successful rallying cry in this campaign, is that people know it's not happening, certainly this side of the 2026 Holyrood elections. But there were a lot of people who will have voted Labour last night.
Yeah, populism never works, said former EU member state. Yeah, classic. Populism, such a failure, dude. It's just, populism, such a failure. Nigel Farage now has momentum. Like,
who are independent supporters and who will be looking at the Holyrood election differently. Scottish voters are used to changing their mind between elections. They're used to using their votes quite cleverly in elections. So, you know, this was a very good night for Labour in Scotland. I'll not take that away from them. But the contest, if you like, starts again today, tomorrow, for the Scottish Parliament election, with the parties on more or less equal standing.
Alistair Campbell, Keir Starmer sort of nodded to the fact that, you know, there was a disgruntlement with politicians of all parties, and that was reflected in the turnout figures. What do you do about that?
You have to rebuild trust. I mean, and I think he's made a very good start on that by putting this concept of public service. I mean, it's ridiculous he even has to, but after the last few years, that is necessary to show that you have a cabinet there, MPs there. There's going to be so many new MPs coming in. That would be like a breath of fresh air through that.
And a very working-class cabinet.
Very working-class cabinet, which I think is a good thing per se. Most state-educated cabinet we've ever had. I think just picking up something there that Liz said, this issue of tactical voting, I think one of the reasons Labour's vote is where it is, there were an awful lot of Labour people who voted Lib Dem yesterday because they understood that getting the Tories out...
Beautiful British summer day ass. Oh, yeah. This is the least wet British summer day, dude. The least humid, most sunny British summer day. So funny. Dude, honestly, though, if you've ever been to England and it's actually sunny out, I'm telling you, it's one of the most OP places on the planet. It's like God had to punish them. It would literally be, England would be the top destination, one of the top destinations, if it was always sunny. I'm not even joking. It almost makes you forget. It makes you forget how shitty everything is. It's not even a question. It is so beautiful, dude. Yeah, LA with walkability and good trains. I mean, I'm American. British public transit is literally fucking incredible in comparison to anything I can get here in the United States of America. So you're complimenting England. Are you okay? I mean, I've had this position before. I've talked about this before.
So important. So I think there was an awful lot of tactical voting, but now Labour has the opportunity to show it can govern, to show the values that Keir Starmer has been talked about are real and can deliver, and see off Farage.
Yeah. Briefly, same question to you. How do you deal with this disgruntlement, a plague on all your houses?
Well, look, the big hope for the Conservative Party is that there...
Do you see the American Olympics team is importing their own AC units because the French ones are so shit? Dude, that's not even a joke. That, like, is sound. That's crazy to me. Yeah, of course, dude. They should do that. I would do that. I will do that in the future. I need two things. I need my own fucking, like, broadband somehow, no matter where I go, no matter how I travel to the European Union countries or just Europe in general. I need my own fucking internet and I need my own AC. These motherfuckers just don't have that, okay? They just don't have that. How are you liking Croatia? Croatia is beautiful. You guys live in castles and shit. It's pretty crazy. The internet has not been kind to me though here. I hate it. You know, every time I serve a 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour, my shit cuts out. It's pretty bad, but such is life. Life is life. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see the ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free. Why'd you go to Croatia? With my family. Family vacation. Family vacation. Family vacation. Family vacation. To fuck your mom. That's why I went. I'm lying. I went because I took your mom out and I had sex with her on a boat. All right.
It remains as volatile as it's shown it's been over the last couple of weeks, that they can hope that they can turn this around. Keir Starmer did it in a parliament. They think they might be able to. And I do think that Alistair makes a good job of saying how well Labour have done. Of course they've done well, but it's looking a bit a mile wide and an inch deep. and it was a pretty lacklustre campaign. They let the Conservative parties destroy themselves. They didn't do a brilliant job in enthusing people.
Very briefly, Liz Lloyd, same question to you about how do you enthuse disgruntled voters?
Shit, my food is here. All right. We're going to do Tom Nichols, how Britain became a poor country right now. But before that, let's hear what Brandon is saying and doing. Never mind, he's out. He's done.
Here is 10 Downing Street, the official residence of the British Prime Minister.
On Wednesday, the 22nd of May, 2024, then Prime Minister Rishi Sunak walked out that front door and announced that he was calling a general election. On paper, it perhaps wasn't the worst political speech ever. It recalled some of the support that Sunak had provided to workers and small businesses during the COVID pandemic, and threw a bit of shade at Keir Starmer, his opponent in the upcoming vote.
In practice, though, Sunak cut a pretty pathetic figure.
Propped up by a lectern as the rain pelted him from above, someone kept knocking the camera, meaning the official broadcast of this historic moment just looked kind of amateurish. Worse still, a protester in the adjoining street had set up a PA system and started blasting Things Can Only Get Better, a song by one-hit wonders D-Ream, which had previously been used as an election anthem by the Labour Party. Watching Sunak try to win the affections of the British people, whilst being both metaphorically drowned out by an anthem of his political opponents, and literally drowned out by some good old-fashioned British precipitation, felt rather fitting for a Prime Minister whose tenure had been, honestly, kind of forgettable. It was even more apt for a political party, the Conservative Party, whose 14-year rule over the UK has left the country in tatters. Poorer, nastier, with crumbling schools, bankrupt cities, polluted waterways, and the highest housing-to-income ratio since the Victorian era. On aggregate, the UK remains one of the richest countries in the world, but it rarely feels that way anymore. Ask anyone that lives here, and they'll attest to the fact that everything is just hideously expensive now. Our politics is pretty openly corrupt and chaotic, and the country has been gripped by a general sense of malaise, an understanding that everything is just kind of bad. But how did we get here? How did a country which used to be a pioneer in science, technology, art, and education come to have human poo floating down its rivers? And how do we come back from this?
This is the story of how the British Conservative Party subjected its own country to 3 separate yet interconnected experiments, each of which would tear away a different part of the country's political, social, and economic fabric.
This is the story of how Britain became a poor country. This is David Cameron. On the 11th of May 2010, David Cameron enters 10 Downing Street for the first time.
England always had poo in the river, let's be real. Yes and no. They did, and they handled it, and then they fucked it up again. Yes, poo in the they-thems river has always been a fucking major issue, except they privatized it. And of course, when they did that, the private corporations did not take the necessary precautions, because why the fuck would they? There's also no regulation on it because it's like glad handing. Like it's like friendly businesses that they gave it to.
As the newly elected Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. His election win hasn't been a particularly convincing one. The party Cameron leads, the Conservatives, have only managed to win 306 seats in the House of Commons. That's 20 seats short of an outright majority. Claiming the top spot has thus required him to go cap in hand to this guy, Nick Clegg, the leader of the UK's notionally centrist Liberal Democrat Party. After 5 days of negotiations, Cameron and Clegg have agreed to form a coalition government, in which Cameron will serve as Prime Minister and Clegg as his deputy.
Coalition governments in which multiple parties come together to govern collaboratively are exceptionally rare in the UK. The last time this happened was during the 1930s and 1940s, when all the major parties in Parliament came together to present a united front during the Second World War. As David Cameron crosses the threshold of number 10, however, he perhaps feels like this collaborative arrangement might serve him well.
See, David Cameron is, at this point at least, a genre of centre-right politician which would soon go wildly out of fashion. He's certainly a great supporter of typical conservative causes such as tax cuts, privatizations, and reductions in welfare spending, but he's also desperate to at least present himself as youthful, environmentally conscious, and broadly socially liberal. Some of this social liberalism is perhaps sincere. As Prime Minister, he'll soon push for the UK to adopt equal marriage, despite solid opposition from other Conservatives. He'll also lead a revolution in offshore wind, and had already managed to promote greater gender equality among political candidates within his...
Bro, I mean, things have gotten much worse in general, but it's just something to remember that, like, this is why it's not even a question about, like, American Republican Party versus the Conservative Party in the UK.
Party. Although, this being the 2000s, the British press had soon christened them Cameron's cuties, which, yeah. Perhaps more suspect is the idea which sits at the centre of Cameron's vision for Britain, the big society.
The big society is intended, in part, as a corrective to that eternal conservative bogeyman of big government. Cameron's pitch is that he's going to empower individuals, charities and community groups to take a more active role in civic life. In its opposition to big government, however, the big society doesn't stop at cutting red tape and government oversight. All that charity work is intended to make up for a brutal programme of cuts to public services.
It's fair to say that the UK's finances aren't exactly in the best of shape at this point. This is just 2 years after the global financial crisis of 2008, and the country is still very much dealing with the aftermath. In order to prevent the complete collapse of the country's banking and housing sectors, the previous government has paid to effectively nationalise 2 banks and shelled out to buy significant ownership stakes in 2 more. A fall in real terms earnings, along with people being more cautious with how they spend their money, means tax receipts have also taken a hit. The state of affairs is perhaps best captured by a handwritten note left by Labour's outgoing Chief Secretary of the Treasury to his successor, which reads simply, "Dear Chief Secretary, I'm afraid there is no money. Best regards, and good luck." Over the next 5 years, Cameron references this note often. He sometimes waves it about at campaign events. Not only does the memo help to portray Cameron's political rivals in the Labour Party as having a carefree attitude when it comes to taxpayer cash, the notion that the country is flat broke provides a rationale for taking a pretty uncompromising approach to cutting government spending.
As things stand, the UK government is running a budget deficit of £150 billion. Cameron and his government unveil a plan to cut that number as quickly as possible.
It doesn't matter that interest rates are at their lowest since 1694 and that the cost of the government's borrowing is effectively zero. Cameron and Osborne want to slash the size of the state, and there has perhaps never been a better excuse to do so. The package of spending cuts implemented over the next few years includes reforms to the welfare.
Tell your club channels not to upload your reaction to this video. Tom Nichols has criticized your fan channels in the past and said he doesn't want them to upload your reactions to his work. It's pretty funny that you are mentioning this as though I don't fucking personally talk to Tom, or I haven't had a personal conversation with Tom. Like, you know better, dude. You know better. Thanks. What are we doing? Half a chat is fucking demanding I explain. Half a chat is demanding I explain what the fuck food I'm eating and explain like the every bite individually. And the other half is like, oh, bro, what the fuck? Don't upload this video. Why are you reacting to this video? No, I've talked with Tom on stuff like this. As long as you're not fucking cutting the video's momentum, it's fine. It's a case-by-case basis for the most part, but like, anyway. Hasan's least defensive reaction to a chatter. I just, you know, I've been pretty good today. I haven't had a short fuse, but I'm just like starting to get a little annoyed.
System, which make it harder for disabled people and sick people to access support. It involves a 13% cut in funding for schools and colleges, as well as a 40% cut to funding for universities, made up for by shifting the burden of tuition costs onto students through a tripling of fees. Anyone working in the public sector has their pay frozen for 2 years, and subsequent annual pay rises capped at 1%. Police funding, defence spending and public transport spending all receive swinging cuts, whilst the Royal Mail, the UK's postal service, is sold off to investors at a bargain basement price.
It's hard to get across in just a short section of one video quite how wide-ranging Cameron, Clegg and Osborne's attack on public spending is. There's not a single part of British public life that goes untouched. And judged on its own terms, it's pretty successful.
By 2015, the deficit has dropped by more than a third. Nevertheless, the effects on the economy and country more broadly are mixed. Throughout the 5 years of the coalition government, George Osborne repeatedly tells Brits that, quote, "We're all in this together" when it comes to this attempt to fix public finances. Nevertheless, the pain of austerity is felt strongest by the poorest in society. In fact, at the same time as work for ordinary people is becoming more precarious and less well paid, corporation tax, the tax paid by companies on their profits, is gradually brought down from 28% to just
Thank God.
20%. By 20
I love fixing the deficit. Why don't you like people? What's so wrong with people asking what you're eating? You're an influencer. I think it's important for someone with a platform to share parts of their lives with their fans, like the top of the hour ad break. Bro, I already ran it. Day off. I already ran it. No double baits like that. Bro's losing his mind over a sandwich. Yeah. No double baits. That was a double bait. He kept asking me what kind of sandwich I have so that I could pull him up.
2015, the grim reality of Cameron's big society is evident in the rise of food banks. 5 years ago, food banks had been essentially non-existent in the UK. The country's most prominent food bank charity had handed out just 40,000 packages that entire year. But by 2015, that figure has risen to more than 1 million. The result of Cameron's policies, then, is not some utopian empowerment of local communities, but one in which people who previously could have found support and guidance in the welfare system becoming reliant on charity to feed themselves and their families.
Perhaps unsurprisingly, as the impact of Cameron and Clegg's cuts begin to be felt, there's a sense that these policies might not be super popular amongst the general public. The coalition years are beset with protests and strikes and demonstrations by various groups. Policies might not be super popular amongst the general public. The coalition years are beset with protests and strikes and demonstrations by various groups affected by the austerity regime.
And if it's easy to disregard such activists as a vocal minority, the notion that UK voters might be experiencing a touch of buyer's remorse quickly becomes evident in the polls too. By the end of 2010, the Labour Party is...
It's so funny because they did this, and then for 14 years... They did this, and then for 14 years, they kept voting in Tories. It's great. Someone in the chat said, Aynı AKP amına koyayım. Exactly. It is a bit similar. It is an experience I know well from Turkey.
Have taken Cameron's Conservatives in the polls, a lead they maintain consistently for the next 4 years. The right-wing press mercilessly lampooned the Labour Party leader, Ed Miliband, for his slightly meek, awkward aura, including through publishing this unflattering photo of him eating a bacon sandwich. Nevertheless, while Labour's polling lead drops, they still retain a slight lead.
On the day of the 2015 general election, it looks very much like Cameron might be a one-term wonder. The results are certainly set to be close, but there's a chance that Ed Miliband and the Labour Party might be able to piece together an alternative coalition of smaller parties to oust Cameron and the Conservatives from power. Then, that evening, all those predictions turn out to be false.
When the results are counted, the Conservatives turn out not to have lost support, but gained it. Their 306 MPs have become 331. Enough to end their pact with the Liberal Democrats and govern solo. Everyone involved in the entire polling industry spends the next year or so hanging their heads in shame. Among several proposed reasons for why they got it so wrong is the so-called shy Tory effect. This is the idea that some voters, when asked, will be hesitant to admit that they're going to vote Conservative. Presumably something about not wanting to appear pro-food bank and declining life expectancy or something. In some ways, then...
This is something I will never understand. It's like, you understand that the policies... By the way, this literally happened with Donald Trump too. but you understand that the policies are bad. Why do you want it then? Why do you vote for it? Like, it's just so fucking stupid. Like, you're like, oh yeah, the party that brought us fucking food banks and austerity, I know they suck, but I'm still gonna vote for them, but I'm also embarrassed to admit that. Then don't vote for them. Like, what is wrong with you? What the fuck is wrong with your brain? Just don't vote for them, dude. Don't do that. Just don't even vote. Don't vote. Don't go out and vote. I don't get it. Like, oh my God, people are so fucking stupid.
Cameron exits the 2015 general election more confident than ever. He has an outright majority in Parliament and a reassuring sense that there might be greater support for his austerity agenda than there sometimes appears.
That confidence is about to...
Stop blaming people. Workers are uneducated politically and don't have an alternative. That's so funny. I love when socialists are just like, yeah, dude, the workers have intellectual disabilities, dude. Like, don't ever fucking criticize them. You don't understand. They're like babies, okay? They're like adults with baby brains. They're car crash victims. They have John Fetterman brain. Like, thank you for infantilizing the working class, but socialistly, okay?
Undercut, however, by a new threat, the rise of the Brexiteers. To understand this next part of the story, we need to take another look at this graph.
There's a lot that pollsters got wrong when calculating voting patterns prior to the 2015 general election. But one thing they did spot correctly was a steady rise in support for the UK Independence Party, or UKIP for short. UKIP are a right-wing party who, in 2015, are led by this guy, Nigel Farage. And while they maintain a broad manifesto of policies, their primary mission is to get...
Bro, they just straight up lied about everything. Like, the entire Brexit manifesto is just built on straight up lies. And it hit so fucking hard. People were like, oh, hell yeah. I'm looking for this dumb shit. It's awesome.
The UK to leave the European Union, which isn't an entirely fringe desire. Support for the EU has fluctuated constantly since the UK joined the bloc back in the 1970s, particularly as a result of its impact on immigration.
See, under EU rules, citizens of any member state have the right to move to and work in any other member state. And since the early 2000s, net migration to the UK from within the EU has been trending further and further upwards.
All of the available research suggests that this has a positive impact on the UK economy. But in an era of economic downturn, immigrants have become an easy scapegoat. David Cameron has often joined in on this scapegoating, making high-profile promises to bring net migration down into the tens of thousands. Nevertheless, support for UKIP continues to rise. And in 2014, one of Cameron's own MPs even defects to the party in protest at his perceived inaction on the issue. The result is that Cameron decides that he has to do something in order to avoid losing more support. His solution? To pinch UKIP's own key policy.
Capitulating to the right. Capitulating to fascist right-wingers and their stupid fucking policies. Sure, it'll keep you in power. Well, not you specifically, maybe just not you specifically, but it's great. They love doing this shit, man. The best decision by a politician in the modern era. Yeah, like historic run for not you specifically. No, I meant for David Cameron specifically. This was the start of a sequence of L's for, I mean, dude, this literally is the starting point of what you saw last night. It wasn't just the austerity. This led to him withdrawing, resigning, whatever. Then afterwards, there was the sequence of other fucking politicians that also, other Tory admins that also fucked up majorly. Most of it framed around Brexit. Well, not the last three, but...
of holding a referendum on EU membership. A nationwide vote presenting Brits with a binary choice. In or out.
Cameron's reason for calling the vote is because he feels pretty certain that the Remain campaign is going to win. He wants to prove that whatever concerns might exist around immigration, that wanting to leave the EU is little more than a fringe obsession of a vocal minority. This, of course, is not what happens.
The first blow to Cameron's plan comes just a day after he announces the referendum. That afternoon, he receives a text message from this guy, Boris Johnson. Having been to both school and university with Cameron, Johnson had previously been something of an ally. But in his message that morning, Johnson declares whatever truce there might have been between them to be over, and says that he'll be throwing his full weight behind the Leave campaign.
Johnson soon emerges as the Leave team's de facto leader, and agitating to leave the EU turns out to be a whole lot easier than campaigning to stay in. It might be that all the available evidence suggests that staying a member of the European Union is the more prosperous economic choice for the UK, but explaining why is kind of boring and technocratic. Whatever the evidence suggests, it's just kind of difficult to inspire some kind of deep adoration for a somewhat bureaucratic trading bloc.
The Leave campaign by...
It's also infinitely easier to fucking lie. In many ways, the Brexit campaign, once again, wasn't just about leaving because Polish people were coming in. It was about leaving because Polish people were taking your jobs. Even if they didn't actually take your fucking jobs, right? It was more so about the economic instability that you felt in your heart. And you were like, maybe it's because of a fucking Polish person that I'm feeling this way. But more importantly than that, it literally had refunding the NHS baked into the fucking campaign. I mean, it's an abject lie. Nigel Farage would never fund the NHS. You're out of your fucking mind. But that was what they were claiming. They were like, oh, dude, the European Union cost the UK $700 gorillion a day. We could be using that on the NHS. And then people were like, oh my God, that's so stupid. Why are we giving $700 gorillion to the EU? We should be giving $700 gorillion to the NHS. I like this idea that Nigel Farage is making. Okay? And that's literally like, you have to understand that is a direct way to say like, oh, we should be funding the NHS. Okay, it wasn't gorillion, it was 350 million, which also was a lie, by the way. Yeah, that was also a lie. The fact that the EU is sending 350 million pounds a week, or that you would fund the NHS with that. Did it get funded? Brexit happened. Yeah, they're too busy using those funds to fund Israel.
Contrast is free to weave a highly emotive narrative, which stitches together a whole range of distinct issues under the banner, Take Back Control. This notion of taking back control is partly about immigration.
Yeah, it was just that's it. It was because, dude, that's it. Military-aged men. That's it. That's the real reason why they did this shit. Okay, it banged because there are so many goddamn racists.
But it also taps into a whole range of anxieties about the country's declining influence on the world stage, and even cuts to public services, which are reframed as no longer being a political choice made by the Conservative Party, but the result of a need to send great sums of cash to Europe.
In fact, the success of the Take Back Control narrative is that voters can kind of project whatever they want onto it. It allows Brits to take whatever their frustrations might be with contemporary Britain, no matter whether they are real or relevant, and redirect that anger at the EU.
And it works. At 4:40 a.m. on the 24th of June 2024, the BBC announces that Britain has voted to leave the European Union.
It was such a laughably massive L for England, dude. Holy shit. Another position that I was absolutely fucking correct on, and never, not even for a fucking moment, backpedaled on at all. There were so many leftists who were yelling at me. They were like, well, what about Legzit? What about Legzit? There's a lot of leftists that want to do Brexit, but for different reasons. And I was like, you're fucking wrong and you're stupid. Okay? The EU partnership agreement for the UK was already like set up in a way that was only beneficial to the UK. Like imagine having a beneficial trade agreement with your partner right there, with your partner in your ass cheeks, and you're like, you know what, I'm gonna fuck this bag up. I'm sad I didn't want you on TYT back then. I work in construction and I voted Remain, but since Brexit, my wages have doubled. Yeah, they got the polls out, dude.
By 51.89% to 48.11%. Throughout the referendum campaign,
the one guy that's doing well in the UK. I mean, that's awesome. Get your money up. Get your bag, King. I think your wages went up. Also, I don't think they adjusted to the fucking cost of living. I suspect that if your wages doubled, your rent is like quadrupled now.
David Cameron had promised that he'd continue to serve as Prime Minister regardless of the outcome of the vote. Not 10 hours passes after polls close, however, before he reneges on that pledge entirely and resigns. It's interpreted by many as a somewhat sad attempt to escape the consequences of his own actions, and in so being, sets the stage for plenty of other prime ministerial resignations to come. The logical assumption following Cameron's resignation might have been that Boris Johnson would take over as PM. He had, after all, effectively led the Leave campaign, and this would be the perfect opportunity to see his vision for a post-EU Britain through. After days of speculation, however, he bottles it at the last minute, and the leadership contest is won instead by this woman, Theresa May. One of May's stock slogans during her campaign to become Prime Minister is "Brexit means Brexit." The challenge is that no one's entirely sure what
another great
Brexit means. The narrative of taking back control had been intentionally vague, but actually leaving the EU would require concrete, specific policy.
Given the desperately thin margin on which the referendum was won, the logical thing to do is perhaps to find some kind of compromise. Maybe the UK ceases to be a full member of the EU and introduces some additional controls on immigration.
Come on, England, score some fucking goals. Brexit means Brexit, yeah. Fucking hell. Let's go, England. That's what it is.
But retains a close trading relationship with the bloc. The problem is that the referendum debate has only really hardened opinion on all sides.
For many Brexit-supporting members of the Conservatives,
it was also pretty funny that people thought that this would destroy the European Union. That was another thing that people kept telling me, no, you don't understand. This is going to destroy the European Union, and that's why it's good. It's that was my answer to the people when they said things like that.
Conservative Party, the only acceptable way forward is to make a complete break from Europe and to seek closer ties with the US instead. Opposing these are a smattering of pro-Europe activists and MPs across the major parties who are dead set on frustrating the process entirely. May's one point of solace is that public support for the Conservatives has been steadily rising since the referendum, as voters who had been drifting towards UKIP have come rushing.
Yeah, it's because, honestly, and I'm sorry to say this, there's a lot of stupid people in England, just like there's a lot of stupid people in America. Two sides of the same shitty fucking pond, okay? Two sides of the same coin, two sides of the same shitty pond. That's it. That's literally it. They're like, oh, bad things? More bad things? I love it. Thank you. Thank you for the more bad things, please. It's almost like, our forefathers, like me saying ours is kind of funny here, but America's original forefathers are British. And Angloids, the Angloid skull must be studied for peasant brain. The proclivity to, the Angloid peasant brain is a scientific phenomena, okay? They see leadership doing awful things, like directly cooking them, and they go, please, sir, please, my lord, I like it, more for me, more pain and suffering. That's what they say in England. And in America, they say, please, sir, please, my lord, more pain and suffering. That's it. That's literally it. They're like, I love tax cuts, please. Tax cuts for the wealthy? Well, one day I'll be fucking wealthy, so I want them tax cuts. Yet if a piece of said communism on it, they would vote for it if the same just had one funny accent. What? No one is doing that. You played Stronghold as a kid, didn't you? Yes, I did. Bruh, here in Missouri, I know people who want to go full libertarian on the government and they live in the fucking sticks and think that their lives will change for the better, just delusional. Yeah. Libertarians living in fucking rural parts of Missouri start acting a different tune, start singing a very different tune when the post office is abolished, and they can no longer get medication because the UPS is not going to deliver on those routes because there's no financial imperative to do so. They will not make profits. Okay? This is why libertarians are fucking baboons. Okay? They're stupid. And many Americans are just as stupid. Maybe not as stupid as libertarians or as horny for noncery. Okay, but still very stupid. If you are making less than $250,000 a year and you advocate for the Republican Party to win, or you advocate for Republican positions, you are a fucking moron. Okay, you are a moron of the fucking highest order. You are voting against your best interest. You are just stupid, and there is no way to have a conversation with you. Okay? I can describe to you why you're stupid, but you will not understand it because you're a stupid person. That's it. That's it. Literally. Most likely also racist. It's just the truth. Hell yeah, brother. Abolish the Department of Education. Hasan, this is not the high road. Fuck the high road, okay? I can't look at UK polling, UK opinion polling on the fucking Tory party after they adopted the most ginormously bad position on Brexit and capitulate to some fucking dingoes with a far-right position, okay? And have them and act like this is normal. You just called my entire city and family stupid? Okay, I'm sorry. Are they not? You're in here for 40 months. Do you feel like they're not? You're a 40-month subscriber. Why are you in here? Because you know they're stupid and you have nowhere else to go to share. Exactly. You have nowhere else where you can share these opinions. You probably first encountered someone like myself and went, what the fuck? People think like this? That's crazy. I thought I was alone. That's so many people. That's why I always laugh when people are like, we're going to outbreed the left. It's like, no, you're not, because so many leftists literally come from conservative families. Okay? No, they fucking grow up in that shit and they're like, this sucks. This is so dumb. We're living in fucking filth. Like, and we're advocating for our own demise. What is this? Anyway, please watch videos of English people being asked about politics and Brexit in rural areas in order to prove to your viewers that these people are stupid. I'm British and we all know they're dumbest people here. I swear part of it is the diet. Most of them eat nothing but potatoes, pies, and beer. Like, I also still feel bad for them. Okay? But this is a moment where I'm heated. Okay? I still feel bad for them. I feel bad because, like, they have been led astray. They've been led astray by reactionary charlatans who know exactly how to tug on their fucking heartstrings and tell them, oh yeah, dude, look around. Things are worse, right? Things are worse. And it's not because of my cabinet and it's not because of my administration cutting your fucking social safety nets and making things insanely costly and ruining whatever semblance of like social mobility you might have had at a previous life. It is the fucking brown people. It's the Muslims. And a lot of those people go, well, I guess you're right. It must be the fucking Muslims and the Polish. In America, insert, instead of Muslims, Mexicans. Okay? My libertarian father-in-law unironically believes that the USA will be a safer place if every single person carried a gun at all times. I love that because that means babies have to carry guns. The best way to ensure safety for children is by giving them a blicky. A baby with a blicky.
Back to the Conservatives. She therefore decides that what the country needs is another election. Her hope is to increase...
By the way, this is why we're all universally united along class boundaries, okay? This is something that you have to understand. And I know it's rich coming from me, okay, saying this like, oh, says you, rich guy. But like, the reality is I wasn't always, I was... when I was growing up, very affluent, but there were definitely periods where I was on my own and wasn't. Okay? Having said that, my point still stands. Okay? You hate the hogs globally. It doesn't matter. There is no world in which you go, well, you know what? These hogs I actually do like. Unless we're talking about Israel, in which case you can be the most progressive person here in America, and then when it comes to Israel, you turn into a fucking Nazi. But that's a unique set of circumstances. That's like, That's some other shit. We can't unpack that right now. I've unpacked it too many fucking times. Okay?
Majority in Parliament, and thus make it slightly easier to pass the various bills necessary to facilitate an orderly Brexit. Much like Cameron's gamble with the referendum, however, this is not what happens. The following election campaign is a car crash for May, who turns out to be almost impressively uncharismatic. At one point, she tells a reporter from ITV that the most rebellious thing she's ever done is run through a field of wheat. When questioned on policy, she has a habit of simply repeating stock slogans about the need for, quote, strong and stable government.
The result is that come election day, May doesn't secure the increased majority she expected, but loses seats instead.
Clinging onto power thus requires her to form a pact with the right-wing Democratic Unionist Party. Worse still, the parliament she's overseeing is now more fractured than ever. There's both relatively high representations from smaller parties and a set of increasingly stark factional divisions within each of the main parties. all of whom want something quite different out of Brexit. This means that gathering enough votes to pass a Brexit deal through Parliament becomes even more complicated than it was before. In November 2018, May announces that she's negotiated a withdrawal agreement with the EU, which will outline the future relationship.
Hold the fucking line, lads. Hold the fucking line. Hold it. Hold it. Hold the fucking line. We're back. We're back. We're back, lads. We're fucking back. Come on, England. Score some fucking goals. We're back. Oh, we're going away again. We're back and we're going away again. Again and again and again. But hold a fucking line. We'll do it. I never had a disruption on my end. You're probably watching in like low bandwidth or whatever the thing is called. All right. It's fucking super delayed. Pause on pause if it's super delayed. Hasan's so ugly. You're right. All right, let's continue.
Between the UK and Europe. Nevertheless, the deal contains special protections in order to avoid
All right, let's continue.
Between the UK and Europe. Nevertheless, the deal contains special protections in order to avoid the UK having to build a hard border between Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland. And while these protections are intended to avoid any disruptions or complications to the Northern Irish peace process, for the most committed Brexiteers, they represent an unforgivable failure to completely detach from the EU. After 3 failed attempts to get her agreement through Parliament, May decides that she's had enough. Once again, the nation tunes in to watch a Conservative Prime Minister stand in front of 10 Downing Street and announce that they're going to walk away from their responsibilities. The fog of failure and defeat becomes harder to ignore.
With the UK's top job vacant once again, Boris Johnson decides that his time has come, and his fellow Conservatives clearly agree. He sweeps the subsequent leadership contest and officially takes over as Prime Minister on the 24th of July 2019.
Johnson's approach differs from May's in 2 key ways. Firstly, Johnson is far less worried about the prospect of a so-called no-deal Brexit, in which the country simply crashes out of the EU without having negotiated a future trading relationship with it. Secondly, he's much more ruthless in his attempts to outmaneuver his opponents.
In August 2019, Johnson takes the extreme decision to drive to Buckingham Palace and to persuade the Queen to effectively suspend Parliament for a month. His goal is partly to silence his critics within Parliament, but also to essentially run down the clock on Brexit negotiations, to the point either that the EU is forced to accept greater concessions on any deal, or that a no-deal Brexit happens by default.
This move has the effect of irritating basically everyone. The Supreme Court rules his suspension of Parliament to have been illegal, and Johnson is forced to return to a House of Commons that is somehow now even more divided than before. He thus decides that what the UK needs is another election. And this time, well, it actually does go to plan. Johnson campaigns using another 3 words.
Get Brexit done. Brexit means Brexit. Get Brexit done.
Slogan, get Brexit done. And to a nation exhausted by 3.5 years of trade talks and treaties, the notion of simply getting it over with clearly appeals. Johnson secures a landslide victory with 365 seats to Labour's 203.
When Johnson manages to renegotiate Theresa May's failed deal and get it passed through...
Fun fact, Boris Johnson also pledged to invest in the NHS. Another thing to remember in this entire process, as in even the Conservatives at that point had recognized that, yes, the Tory austerity measures were killing people, okay, and were genuinely unpopular. Just, you know, did he do that? No, he didn't do that. Of course he didn't do that.
It appears that Britain is firmly exiting its Brexit era. The consequences will certainly be felt for years to come, but the political wranglings at least begin to die down. And they do so just in time for a new challenge to appear in the form of COVID-19.
First comes several weeks of watching the
West Streeting defends Labour plan to use private sector to cut NHS backlog, by the way. Exclusive. Failure to do so would betray working class people, Shadow Health Secretary says. It's coming home, lads. He's also a transphobe. Brother, he's British. What do you mean? Like, that's like saying he also, hey, by the way, Hasan, I don't know if you know this, but he has a funny accent. Like, yeah, I know. He's British, okay? Like, telling me that a fucking British member of parliament or I do admit that the shadow secretary positions are like a very cool name, but like, yeah, he's a British MP, dude. Of course he's a fucking TERF. The fuck? That's a given. It's a requirement to be on the far right. This is not the far right. This is Labour. I understand your mistake for thinking that he's on the far right because you read the statements that he made and you thought, oh, this is a classic Tory move, privatizing the NHS. The problem is he's Labour. He's the Labour guy for the NHS. Anyway.
Infection spread through China and Europe. Then, on the 30th of January 2020, the first 2 cases of COVID-19 are documented in Britain. Public health measures are introduced slowly at first. Reminders to wash hands, bans on large gatherings, mandated quarantine for people arriving in the UK from certain high-risk countries. Then, on the 23rd of March, Boris Johnson appears on national TV to announce a nationwide lockdown.
Johnson had initially been pretty sceptical about invoking such a measure. Ever the Conservative, he was worried about the impact that shutting everyone in their houses might have on business.
He briefly considered actively allowing the disease to spread across the country to build so-called herd immunity through infection. Nevertheless, with deaths rising exponentially, doing nothing eventually becomes untenable. With everyone stuck inside, glued to the TV, it's perhaps only right that politics becomes a bit of a soap opera over the next few months. First, Johnson himself contracts COVID, and swiftly goes,
yeah, my controversial position on this is that they fucking cooked our boy, okay? They cooked our boy on some bullshit. But that is the power that British media has. It is literally like, I mean, COVID also cooked our boy. He almost died, but that's besides the point. Albeit very funny. It's just so funny that like this man, this monstrous piece of shit was taken down for his tendency to have little parties, little gatherings at a time when he was telling people you can't do that actually. Like Gavin Newsom is stronger than ever before. And he was doing he was going to wineries and shit, okay, during COVID. And hosting fucking orgies, okay? And this man was taken out for his little parties.
Being entirely unconcerned by the disease to lying in an intensive care unit in St. Thomas Hospital. Then, this guy, Johnson's chief advisor, Dominic Cummings, gets caught out for having broken lockdown rules by visiting his wife 5 hours away whilst displaying COVID symptoms. Amid these controversies, Johnson's allies in the Conservative Party find numerous ways to use the pandemic to funnel money into the wallets of their friends. It quickly becomes apparent that the country's National Health Service is going to need a whole load of additional masks, aprons, and other protective gear. Johnson & Co. thus leveraged this urgency to suspend anti-corruption laws around government outsourcing. Billions of pounds worth of public money is handed over to the friends and acquaintances of government ministers, in some cases in return for equipment which is entirely unusable.
Whether through illegitimate means or not, protecting the interests of business...
Just comically evil shit, dude. Just fucking comically evil shit. Okay? Cummings' excuse for driving was that he was testing his eyesight. I love British politicians getting caught doing some shit. And like, because their answers are always the funniest answer. They never even just go, yeah, I fucked up, my bad. They literally always have an excuse. And the excuse is like a Rube Goldberg device. Like it is literally like they have like a whimsical gadget that they comprise in the form of an argument. Like Prince Andrew. Oh, I couldn't sweat. Oh my God. Effing again. Okay, we're back. It was a mini baby F. MI6 is up my ass, mate. It's a mini F, yeah. As I was saying, Prince Andrew gets caught. What does he say? Well, I can't sweat. It is impossible for me to sweat. That other guy got caught watching porn. What did he say? Oh, I was looking at tractors. Looking up tractors in an adult website. Popped up while looking at tractors. It's great. Very creative stuff.
Remains at the top of the government's agenda throughout the pandemic.
Efforts to keep things ticking over financially are led by this guy, Rishi Sunak.
Remember him from the beginning?
When the first national lockdown ends in summer 2020, all sense of caution is thrown out of the window in favour of getting things back to normal as soon as possible. In August, Sunak launches a scheme called Eat Out to Help Out. This sees the government subsidising meals bought in restaurants to encourage people to get out of their houses and support the hospitality sector. And people go for it, gobbling up 160 million state-subsidised meals between them. This might be good for Nando's and Pizza Express, but it's less good for anyone who wants the pandemic to be over. Sunak's scheme contributes to a near doubling of cases during that month. And very quickly, all the progress made throughout the first lockdown appears to be in vain, as cases begin to rise exponentially once more. Boris Johnson...
English Crumpet says, this made McDonald's 50% off. I got so fat. With a name like English Crumpet, I love that. Oh, that's so perfect.
Spends the rest.
Mate, you should have gotten a cheeky fucking Nando's, yeah? You should have spent your proper quids at cheeky fucking Nando's, not Macca's. What's wrong with you? Get some fucking yeah? Nando's macros are insane. Just get the rotisserie chicken. That's it. With some hot sauce.
Rest of the year trying and failing to avoid implementing further lockdowns. At one point...
I love the British chatters. There was a glitch in the Weatherspoons app where you could get a cheaper drink and a free panini. The Tesco meal deal.
He tells colleagues that he would rather let the bodies pile high than confine people to their homes again. Nevertheless, the rise in cases eventually becomes too significant to ignore, and the UK is subjected to 2 more national lockdowns during 2020 and 2021. The Conservative Party's lead in the polls, which had peaked at 22% whilst Johnson was in hospital, takes a bit of a tumble during these chaotic months of last-minute lockdowns. But by the spring, a successful COVID vaccine rollout puts Johnson on the up again. In May, the Conservatives win a historic by-election victory in Hartlepool, and things look stronger still. Sure, there might be a lack of lorry drivers and a shortage of basic foods in the supermarket as a result of Johnson's Brexit deal, but the politician known to many simply as Boris continues to have a broad base of support. Behind the scenes, he reportedly talks of wanting to remain in power for a decade.
Then it all comes crashing down.
In November 2022, the Daily Mirror publishes an article revealing that Boris Johnson and his staff had hosted several...
Losing your fucking political career after, decades of being a racist, elitist, out-of-touch asshole, and, a regular run-of-the-mill Tory in every other respect, over what seems to be the shittiest, child's birthday party, okay? There is nothing funnier than Boris Johnson's political end, okay? I will never let go of this. He literally had the lamest fucking party. The lights were on, bro. The lights were on. It's not even like a dimly lit room. The lights are on. You got the fluorescent fucking lights, and you're drinking shitty ass champagne out of a fucking plastic glass with ice in it. It's just oh my God. An office party? You were having an office party. What is this? Just stop, dude. We all remember COVID. Just stop. A regular 15.7 million jobs created during my administration. Yeah, that's crazy. He's called a Prosecco, Hasan. Not even blackface happened. I know. That was for the other
staff parties in 10 Downing Street the previous Christmas. This flew directly in the face of rules banning social gatherings, rules which had been drawn up in that very same building. The Prime Minister's office initially denies these reports, but footage and photos soon begin to emerge.
Do you see what I'm saying? Look at this. That's the party, chat. Like, that's what led to his political demise, dude. There's not even a single titty out. Are you fucking kidding me? How was he an elitist? Genuinely, Boris Johnson, you are exactly the type of dude that his like idiotic antics actually appeals to if you don't recognize how he's a fucking elitist. Dude, Boris Johnson portrays himself as a dumbass. That motherfucker went to Eton and Oxford, as this video also correctly pointed to earlier, okay? And he was besties with David Cameron. He literally would like recite Omer in fucking Latin. Boris Johnson is abso-fucking-lutely a major elitist. He's also Turkish, which is why, you know, I have a soft spot for him. His real name is Alexander Boris de Pfeifel Johnson. Omer was Greek, you himbo. What do you, or okay, in the fucking, wait, no, but he is Greek, but I think he was like, what did he recited something in Latin, or maybe he recited in Greek, but I think he also would do shit like that. You have to remember, families were not able to see members in the hospital before they died. No, I know. It was the Iliad.
The sun is a stone, said Anaxagoras. The Ethiopians.
In a vast world of 50 million, simply the best book of the best poem.
Okay, whatever. Homer was Turkish? Yeah, just like Boris is.
All in all, 17 parties are found to have taken place among staff, and both Johnson and Rishi Sunak are eventually fined for breaking the law. Johnson's political career had rarely been without scandal, but the clear hypocrisy of the PM setting rules whilst ignoring them himself helps this one to stick. Even the usually die-hard...
I'm telling you, dude, they cooked him. It was the media that turned this into a major, like, they pounced on it, dude. They saw weakness and they fucking saw the blood in the water and they went on a feeding frenzy. Okay? That's kind of what's going on with Biden right now with American media. But of course, the American media is nowhere near as aggressive as British media is. If this was happening, if the Biden situation was happening in England right now, okay? If the Biden situation was happening in England, every fucking newspaper, wall to wall, would be like, dementia, demented president must step aside. Like, they do not fucking hold back, dude. They do not fucking hold back. Okay? Yeah. They ate Boris up and Newsom keeps up English mind, can't comprehend. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like, Gavin Newsom did that shit too. Other people did that shit too. Nah, the media tried to drop the story. No, they fucking didn't. No, they go nutty mode, dude. When they are, British media is so bloodless, so soulless. I don't, like, it's even worse than American media, and I fucking hate American media, as you guys know. Like, I'm telling you, they are really fucking bad, dude.
Conservative press begins to turn on him. Then, a few weeks later, Johnson attempts to promote an MP who's been credibly accused of multiple accounts of sexual assault, and his fellow MPs begin resigning from Johnson's government en masse. On the 8th of July 2022, the man who just recently had been eyeing up a decade in power is forced to make that now iconic, shameful walk out the front door of 10 Downing Street to announce his resignation.
I mean, yeah, that tracks, by the way, the Economist cover. That's a British publication. Dude, you want to know how the British... Yeah, you want to know how the British do it, dude? Here, there you go. You want to know how the British cover American politics, dude? Yeah. We value your privacy. Oh, come on. Wait, let me see if I could just, like... Yeah. That's it, dude. Like... Yeah. That's... Now imagine that's, like, across the board. Like, that's the Washington Post. You know what I mean? That's the New York Times. That's, like, every... If American media was like British media, every newspaper, serious newspaper, would basically be, with the exception of like one or two, every newspaper would be the New York Post. Okay? The New York Post, which ironically, I believe, was owned by Ghislaine Maxwell's father, Robert Maxwell, a British man and an OSS agent and a Mossad agent, is the only newspaper that is continuing the British tradition, right? Wasn't the New York Post owned by them? Wasn't the New York Post owned by him? Am I crazy? I might be wrong. They owned one American newspaper, but I thought it was the New York Post. Let me look it up. Yeah, no, it was. I was right. Or wait, no, Murdoch and talks. Maxwell may buy New York Post from rival. British media magnate Robert Maxwell said Thursday he's considering buying the money-losing New York Post from Rupert K. Murdoch. It was, the newspaper he owns is the Daily News. Is that the one? Oh, it wasn't the New York Post. It was the New York Daily News. I was wrong. He wanted to buy the New York Post, but it is the Daily News that I think he owned. During the brief tenure of Robert Maxwell as a publisher, in 1991, millionaire Robert Maxwell offered financial assistance to the news to help stay in business. Around that time, he also tried to buy the New York Post. Another Biden whoopsie. We'll do that in a second. Let's finish this off.
Leaves the country with one more three-word phrase for good measure. Dems the brakes.
It once seemed almost certain that whenever Boris Johnson did retire, he'd be succeeded by Rishi Sunak. Regardless of the disaster he out to help out, Sunak had gone to great lengths to use COVID to further his personal brand.
But remember all those MPs that Boris Johnson had expelled from the Conservative Party during the Brexit debates? Well, those expulsions, along with the broader polarisation of the Brexit process, had led many of the party's more socially liberal members to jump ship. The result being that the party is now comprised almost solely of hardline right-wingers and libertarians.
Oh, the beautiful lords. Our lords. This guy got owned. Didn't he lose his seat as well? My lordship Rees-Mogg lost his fucking seat. He got mugged.
Sunak does throw his hat in the ring then.
He lost his seat. He's not even going to have proper... The lordship has lost his seat. He won't even have the proper finances to subscribe at the top of the hour to the HasanAbi broadcast. That's right. Liz Truss also lost her seat. She will also be seeing the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. If you would no longer want to see those ads, all you'd need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account when you get one free Prime subscription a month. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
The contest is eventually won by this woman, Liz Truss. Now, as we've already seen, the Conservative Party has always been a party of low taxes and cuts to government spending. But Liz Truss is something else. A one-time contributor to a book called Britannia Unchained, Truss is an unabashed, unreformed libertarian who doesn't so much believe in a small state as no state, unless, of course, it's serving the needs of the super-rich. In fact, Truss turns out to be so extreme in her low-tax fundamentalism that she almost bankrupts the entire country in just a matter of weeks.
Goals.
On the 23rd of September...
Goals, honestly. That was so goated. She killed the queen and bankrupt the nation and fucked off, dude. It's girl boss behavior and you don't understand it, okay?
2022, Truss unveils a package of economic policies which revolve around £45 billion worth of tax cuts to the country's richest. And remember, this is a country which has already suffered more than a decade of austerity.
It's pretty crazy to think that she did all of that in such a short period of time. Girls get it done, folks. Girls get it done. Okay, she almost ended capitalism in 3 weeks. She ended the monarchy and capitalism in 3 weeks.
And in which every public service, from the NHS to the police, is at crisis point. So she decides to fund these tax cuts through increased government borrowing.
Global financial markets usually quite like tax cuts, but Truss's approach is viewed as so bold as to be reckless. Investors quickly come to view holding investments in the UK as far too risky and start selling off government bonds and currency.
The value of the pound plummets, and more importantly for the Conservative Party, interest rates on mortgages begin to rise. The result is that any support for Truss among MPs, party members and voters falls through the floor. The Daily Star posts a live stream of a lettuce on YouTube, wagering that Truss's failure is so bad that she'll resign before the lettuce wilts.
Oh, so good.
And a few days later, the lettuce claims victory. Just 49 days after she first entered, Truss walked back out of 10 Downing Street and, you guessed it, resigns. In doing so, she becomes the shortest-serving Prime Minister in UK history. Perhaps unsurprisingly, Truss's chaotic leadership...
It's so funny, like, what the fuck was she thinking? What the fuck was she thinking? It's just so awesome. God. She said women back 5 decades.
sees the Conservatives' polling numbers drop to new lows. Labour had first taken the lead during Partygate, but the gap has now widened to the point...
It's crazy because, like, literally all... This is such a great video about not just how Britain became a poor country. I thought he was more so going to focus, like, on austerity and stuff like that. But this is literally why Keir Starmer and the Labour Party got the landslide victory in spite of Keir Starmer. Okay? Like, many of you were asking, like, what the fuck happened? How do we get here? Okay? Many of you were asking that. God damn it. Okay? Like, many of you were asking, like, what the fuck happened? How do we get here? Okay? Many of you were asking that. God damn it. Mini F, baby F. Many of you were asking the question, like, how the fuck did Keir Starmer, like, how did Labour finally secure a victory? 14 years of austerity and also a shit ton of drama. A shit ton of drama and mismanagement. Okay?
That the Conservatives are a full 30 points behind. For once then, the party decides that the country doesn't need another election. MPs line up to support Rishi Sunak in taking over the top job, and on the 25th of October 2022, he becomes Prime Minister of the UK. Sunak tries time and again to rekindle the UK's love affair with the Conservatives. At the beginning of 2023, he makes 5 promises to the British people, mostly based on getting the economy moving again. Nevertheless, progress on these is patchy. The only target which actually gets met is his promise to bring down inflation, but that's more to do with falling energy prices than anything he's done himself.
After some initial movement in the right direction, then, support for Sunak and the Conservatives continues to slide. And the more that Sunak's attempts to win back voters from the Labour Party are met with failure, the more he decides simply to double down on trying to hold on to these small...
While you're on the wave of bashing Tory MPs, what are your thoughts on Tony Blair? I thought he was shit. He's the reason why Labour shifted to the right. And also, he unabashedly supported the Iraq War. But his historical rankings by political scientists is actually very high. Yeah, because political scientists are fucking stupid. They love a fucking centrist, especially coming from, like, the left. Yeah. Like, what do you mean? Dude, I'm gonna say something again. 14 years of Tory leadership. Okay? Takes one to know one, poli-sci major. I'm just...
on the voters that his party has retained.
This involves leaning into the very worst right-wing obsessions. Sunak and his allies begin devising increasingly cruel punishments for asylum seekers and blocking access to healthcare for trans people. Sunak tries to hold on for...
Chatter cooked you a little, lol. Gagged? Wait, what? Wait, why did I get cooked? I'm confused. What am I missing? As a poli-sci major holder, you are correct. Yeah, I do. I do know. I'm stupid too.
For as long as he can,
yeah,
hoping for some kind of miracle. But at this point, it's just too late. After 14 years in power, more than £100 billion in cuts to public services, one Brexit referendum, countless corrupt COVID PPE deals, and a self-inflicted economic crisis, the consequences of Conservative governance are plain for all to see. A country which has been asset stripped by austerity, cut off from its closest trading partners, and in which spiking inflation and interest rates have sent rents, mortgages, bills, and pretty much everything else through the roof, at the same time as real terms wages have fallen. On the
I think England needs to grind harder, dude. That's what it is. What England needs is Sigma Grindset podcasters, okay? I'm not seeing enough momentum from England's Sigma Grindset podcasters. This way, they would be able to pay off their rent. They would even be able to pay off and also tip their landlords, okay? Yeah. Get to work. Start drop shipping, okay? What are we doing here? Yeah, oh, rent went up. What are you going to do? Not fucking live in a house? You have to. So what are you supposed to do? Well, that's right. You're supposed to fucking get on your Sigma shit. Get on your grind set. Knowledge. Start drop shipping immediately.
22nd of May 2024 then, Sunak finally gives up. He steps outside 10 Downing Street, walks up to his podium and stares down the lens of that press ball camera. This is not a resignation, but it certainly feels like one.
It's hard to stress how impressive the complete and total implosion of the Conservative Party is. The UK sometimes gets described as having a two-party political system, given to how the Conservative and Labour parties dominate election results. But in practice, it basically has a one-party system.
Of the past 100 years, the Conservative Party has been in power for more than 70 of them.
And now you understand why England is so fucking poor, dude. Now you understand why England is so goddamn poor while simultaneously so rich, right? It's so fucking rich. London is so rich. How did it get that way? How are so many wealthy people living in London and yet England is so unimaginably broke? I wonder how this happened. How could this have happened? One must ask the question, how could this have happened? 70% of the last century with Tory leadership, and these dumb motherfuckers still vote for it, which is crazy. And when they don't vote for it, they're voting for a lighter red Tory version, a light Tory version in the Labour Party. It's awesome.
I'm recording, it looks pretty certain that same party is going to lose the next election big time. Perhaps that's already happened by the time you're watching this video. But whether the party eventually bounces back from that defeat or not, the experiments they've inflicted on the country have left damage which will last a long, long time. Perhaps most worrying is the extent to which some of the basic precepts of those experiments have come to be accepted by Sunak's rivals in the Labour Party. On the 4th of July, it looks very likely that it will be Labour leader Keir Starmer walking into 10 Downing Street as the new Prime Minister. Starmer has repeatedly criticised Liz Truss's disastrous reforms and Boris Johnson's lies. Nevertheless, he's completely walked back on his earlier support for a referendum on rejoining the EU, and he remains committed to an economic approach grounded in austerity.
In the same way that David Cameron once waved that note stating that there was no money left.
Bro, you got the fucking mandate, dude. What are you doing? The people are like, bro, we're broke. We're dying. Please help us. And he's like, well, I will not be helping you. We're going to continue the austerity regime of the Tories that you seemingly loved so much for 14 years.
Keir Starmer has repeatedly used Liz Truss's trashing of the economy as a reason to scale back his promises.
His manifesto retains most of the Conservatives' cuts to welfare, has a much less ambitious approach to tackling climate change than he once promised, and suggests the party will promote further privatisation of the NHS. In fact, where you would think an election campaign would mostly revolve around the two main parties criticising each other over their specific plans for government, the current contest has largely consisted of each party criticising the other for daring to want to spend any money, which is a problem. Because after 14 years of cuts and mismanagement, the UK needs investment, and lots of it. Last year, one researcher at the Institute for Public Policy suggested that the UK had contracted a debilitating case of investment phobia, in which the government refuses to invest in infrastructure, which leads to businesses not wanting to invest either.
Combine that with the country having been cut off from its closest trading partners and a crisis of trust in politics, and you end up with a country that feels so much poorer than it once did. Fixing that is going to be one hell of a task, and the challenge for Keir Starmer is that if he can't make a very real difference to people's lives pretty quickly, then he might find that his party's popularity is pretty short-lived. As many of you will know, the UK election isn't the only election taking place this year.
Right. In November, our American friends will also be Pokemon going to the polls.
Oh, chill. Okay, don't do it. Don't do it, Tom. Don't do it, man. Don't bring that up. No. We're having fun right now. We're laughing at across the pond. Let's not remind ourselves of what's going on in the United States of America. Don't worry about that. Remember England and how cooked the British are? That was cool. Don't do that. Don't. It's effing. The broadcast won't let me cover this. Oh, man.
Select the next president of the United States.
And I'm going to be heading over to the US to cover it.
In fact, if you're watching this video shortly after it comes out, there's a good chance I'm currently either in Milwaukee, chatting to folks at the Republican National Convention, or scooting around the US on my way to New York, Washington, Florida, and a handful of other places to chat to some people there.
The filming that I'm going to be doing whilst I'm out there is all for my upcoming feature-length documentary, Boomers. Boomers is going to be the biggest thing that I've ever made.
It's being produced by Nebula, the creator-owned streaming service that I've been part of for the past few years.
That means that it's got a much larger budget than we're usually able to work with, which is how I'm able to spend the best part of 3 weeks trekking around the US. It's also allowing me to work with some...
Yeah, I'm going to link up with him. Anyway, that's pretty sick. I'm glad I watched the end of that because I just hit him up to link up with him. Carolina and Sino-Marxism are going to the DNC convention. Yeah, I'm going to the DNC convention as well. I'm actually planning on going to the RNC convention as well, which would be next week. All right, we're done with England. Okay, we're done with England. Let's get back to our fucking old, out of touch, millionaire, billionaire defending piece of shit who's dying on the podium.
I'll beat Donald Trump. I will beat him again in 2020.
Let me run that back. Uh-oh.
I'll beat Donald Trump. I will beat him again in 2020.
Just sucks because it says it right there. Like, it's right there. You know what I mean? Like, look at what my mouse cursor is like pointing to. And it's just like, you can't even be like, oh no, he was in Madison in 2020. Like, just, oh God.
Oh, by the way, we're going to do it again in 2024. I learned.
Safe. He saved it. Dude, he saved it. He saved it. Nobody heard him. Nobody heard the first time. Nobody heard him the first time, dude. We're so fucking cooked. It's not his fault. COVID has made the years confusing. Yeah, I'm always thinking it's 2020, dude. Always. I'm constantly thinking about how it's fucking 2020 right now. Ay. That's a real Biden win right there, ladies and gentlemen. Anyway, get ready for that, which is already happening. Many of you already knew Biden had moments like this all the fucking time. The problem is the media wasn't like covering it as much, but now that the narrative is that Biden is old, okay? Now that the narrative is that Biden is old, you're going to hear a lot more of that shit, including Joe Biden accidentally says he's the first black woman to serve in the White House. Audio. Like, that is a regular mistake. Dare I say, a gaffe. He misspoke, okay? But the problem is, while you would normally overlook such a thing for anyone else, okay, because we listened to this yesterday, while you would normally overlook this as like a one-off, who cares, or a two-off, a three-off, when it becomes a 10,000 off over the course of like the past, decade at this point, almost decade, and it reaches a tipping point where the media starts paying attention to it and the narrative sets in, it's over. Every single outlet is going to be endlessly covering this until Joe Biden drops out. Every single outlet. Because he's going to keep having moments like this. Okay? We already know he's been having moments like this. We know because we've been watching and making fun of Biden for a while now. Why is The Guardian doing this? Because everyone else is doing it. This is the media narrative. Which it makes sense that it's the media narrative because it's the truth, right? Did you watch the audio clip? It isn't as bad as it's written out, but still awful. I know. I did watch the audio clip, which is why I'm saying that wasn't that big of a gaffe in general, especially if you're like familiar with Brandon's real bad moments. Like that one is not even that bad. That's like Trump would say something like that, and then the media would troll him for a little bit. Okay? The narrative is also getting clicks. It adds tension to the story. Exactly. Anyway, I just want to show you guys a real Biden win, though. The media was looking for off-the-cuff powerful moments, and when President Biden delivers, they ignored it. Retweet so all Americans see this powerful clip and call the media out on their bullshit. A Biden win is him speaking uninterrupted for 1 minute and 27 seconds. That's a Biden win now.
There's 7,000 people waiting at the gate to get in. So if I don't finish this, they can't come in. So maybe if you're hanging around, I'm going to sneak back out if that's okay, all right? Thank you. Remember that famous expression? Hold on. They also serve who only stand and wait. I remember when our son was deployed, my wife would go to stand in the sink in the morning, drinking her coffee, and saying that prayer, worrying, always concerned, and all of you. So we owe you. This could not be done without the family support. So thank you. We love you, and I really mean it from the bottom of my heart. Thank you. You got me, man. I'm not going anywhere. All right. All right, I'll come back out when they open the gate, okay? Thank you. One last thing. You know, I used to think when I was a senator, there were always congestion on the highways. There's no congestion anymore. None. We go on the highway, there's no congestion. And so the way they get me to stop talking, they'll say, we just shut down all the roads, Mr. President. You're going to lose all the votes if you don't get in. But anyway, I'll be back out. Thank you. I love you. Thank you.
Is he trying to be Trump? Bro's trying to be Trump, dude. That is such a Trumpism. He's trying to be Trump. I swear to God. He's going orange. He's right-wing on immigration. His fuck-up of a son is now inside of the White House. Okay? And now he's doing Trump memes like, oh, yeah, you notice how the highways are no longer as congested? Which, by the way, what crack are you smoking on, dumbass? It's not congested for you because you're the fucking president. The idea that we do not experience traffic in America any longer is so stupid. I'm losing my fucking mind. Does he think that, like, there's no more traffic? That was the bit, Hasan. I think he was trying to make a joke. Chat, stop coping and saying that it's not that bad. No, that's not the joke, man. That's not the joke. The joke is the highways are only congested when he's blocking traffic. That joke only works if highways are not actually congested. You are a chatter now. The master becomes the student. Anyway, it's also a really stupid joke. I know it's the motorcade. Oh my God. I get what he's trying to say, chat. Okay. I'm going to run it back.
You got me, man. I'm not going. Thank you. One last thing. You know, I used to think when I was a senator, there were always congestion on the highways. There's no congestion anymore. None. We go on the highway, there's no congestion. And so the way they get me to stop talking, they'll say, we just shut down all the roads, Mr. President. You're going to lose all the votes if you don't get in. But anyway, I'll be back out. Thank you.
I did not misunderstand. I think the joke only works if the premise is that, like, we have fixed traffic congestion in the highways and they always try to get me to go out quicker because now that highway traffic congestion is fixed, I'm blocking the highways. And that's the reason. Nah, bro, the joke misunderstood you. No, I feel like he's saying, like, highways are no longer as congested as it used to be back in the days. So now the only time when fucking people feel congestion is when I'm blocking the goddamn roads. And that's why I'll lose the election if I keep doing that. That's the joke they were trying to make. Anyway, I just got effed. This is so stupid. I can't believe we're covering this part. Anyway, the whole point is, whether that joke lands or not, that's not a Biden win. The reason why I clicked on that to show you was because that's how far we've got. That's how far we've fallen. Okay. Here in the United States of America, we have fallen so far. We have fallen off so poorly, so abysmally that, like, the Biden wins account is posting a 1 minute and 27-second sequence of Biden talking without a teleprompter as a W. Okay. Anyway, Senator Mark Warner is attempting to assemble a group of Democratic senators to ask Joe Biden to exit the presidential race, according to two people with direct knowledge of his effort. Warner is telling Democratic senators that Biden can no longer remain in the election in the wake of his faltering debate performance, according to people familiar with private conversations who spoke on the condition of anonymity to speak freely. Though no sitting Democratic senator has publicly called for Biden to step aside, they're privately sharing mounting concerns with each other over the past week as they fight an already uphill battle to maintain Senate majority.
Biden fighting to save his candidacy as he prepares to sit down in just hours with our George Stephanopoulos for his first television interview since that poor debate performance. Our senior White House correspondent Selena Wang has the latest. Selena, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Whit. All eyes are on the president today, and I'm told that donors and allies are closely watching that interview with George as they decide whether to keep on supporting the president or not. Overnight, the president and first lady hosting a July 4th celebration at the White House. The president reading remarks off a teleprompter, hitting central themes of his campaign and trying to quell panic within his own party 1 week after his disastrous debate.
We have to look at ourselves and ask the question, will we stand for freedom again? We stand for democracy. We stand together as Americans. I believe we will and we can.
Telling the cheering crowd he's not leaving the race.
I'm not going anywhere. All right.
But the president at times stumbling through his cleanup effort, like this radio interview in Philadelphia on Thursday.
By the way, I'm proud to be, as I said, the first vice president, first black woman to serve with a black president. I'm proud of the first black woman in the Supreme Court. There's just so much that we can do because together there's nothing. Look, this is the United States of America.
And those concerns within the Democratic Party are growing.
It wasn't just one bad night. It was a bad night that may have locked in a really unfortunate narrative about President Biden's age and fitness.
Congressman Jared Golden questioning Biden's chances in an interview with a local Maine station.
I think if Joe Biden chooses to run, he's going to lose.
And now a third Democratic lawmaker, Congressman Seth Moulton of Massachusetts, urging Biden to step aside to let new leaders rise up and run against Donald Trump. Concern over the president's fitness for office reaching a fever pitch. Sources now tell ABC News that during a meeting with Democratic governors at the White House earlier this week, the president said he needs to get more sleep and work fewer hours, even suggesting he should end events at 8 p.m.
It wasn't a literal at 8 o'clock I will be doing things differently. It was more figurative.
But California Governor Gavin Newsom, while campaigning for Biden in battleground Michigan, defending the president, describing his stamina during their joint event in Los Angeles right after Biden returned from his European tour last.
Gavin Newsom is such a fucking shark. He's literally going to pivotal battleground states right now to campaign for Biden. Really? Oh, I'm just campaigning for Biden. That's why I'm doing FaceTime in Michigan. Don't look into this. Look no further. Okay? Please cease your inquiries. Please stop asking me if I'm going to run in his place. Don't do it. Yeah. Did you get my winning smile? Yeah. Many people are saying it's quite presidential, this smile. It's whatever. Stop it. Stop it. I'm doing this for Biden.
He barely slept. I was exhausted and got back in the hotel room and collapsed. So he did that with a smile on his face.
This is a make or break it moment for President Biden and Donald Trump. He's trying to take advantage of this chaos. He's calling for another debate anytime, anywhere. But guys, of course, they've already committed to a debate in September on ABC News. Whit.
All right, Selena Wang, thank you.
Bro, Big Gav is treating the presidential candidacy like it's his best friend's wife. And by that, I mean he's going to fuck it, okay? Big Gav wants it. Big Gav's going to have it. This is how he rizzes up all of his friends' wives.
Now you probably heard we had a little debate last week. Can't say it was my best performance. We love you, Joe. But ever since then, there's been a lot of speculation. What's Joe going to do? Is he going to stay in the race? Is he going to drop out? What's he going to do? Well, here's my answer. I am running and going to win again. Because we're good. Folks, I'm the sitting president of the United States of America in no small part because of you. Not a joke. In 2020, you came through for me. I'm the nominee of the Democratic Party. I'm the nominee of this party because millions of Democrats like you just voted for me in primaries all across America. You voted for me to be your nominee. No one else. You, the voters did that. And despite that some folks don't.
Does he think there was a contested primary? Bro ran against absolutely nobody. Okay? He ran against non-committed as a voting campaign. What are we doing right now? What are we talking about? Man, he handily defeated non-committed. Guys, please stop mentioning Jank. I'm sorry. Okay, we're having a serious conversation about politics here. Like, I love my uncle. You know, I'm going to vote for him. I'm going to do a write-in candidacy for Jank. Obviously, as you guys know, I am his political advisor. But, like, come on. Okay, what's next? Are you going to say he ran against Dean Phillips? Bro, what are you talking about? He destroyed Dean Phillips. Like, they very specifically kept out every fucking viable Democrat from the primaries, okay? In order not to make Joe look bad in comparison.
Don't seem to care who you voted for. Well, guess what? They're trying to push me out of the race. Well, let me say this as clearly as I can. I'm staying in the race. I'll beat Donald Trump. I will beat him again in 2020. Well, by the way, we're going to do it again in 2024. I learned long ago. Well, by the way, we're going to do it again in 2024. I learned long ago. When you get knocked down, you get back up.
Okay, dude.
And I'm not letting one 90-minute debate wipe out 3.5 years of work. As the governor said, I've led this nation from the depths of pandemic to the strongest economy in the world, and that's literally true. And I and you are not finished yet.
I also think, like, when you get knocked down, you get up again is so stupid because, like, who knocked him down, brother? Like, it's not like that is such a bad way to frame this because it's like either you're saying that Donald Trump knocked you, which he didn't even fucking do, right? And you're just like giving him a dub for no reason. Or you're coming to the recognition that like you knocked yourself down because your brain is bad. Like you didn't get knocked down. You tripped and you fell in the bathtub. Okay. And now you can't get up and Life Alert is not picking up. I hate that this like, oh, when you get knocked down, it's like, dude, you did this. You did this. Yeah. You're not pissing the night away. You're not.
Now, you probably also noticed a lot of discussion about...
Someone in the chat said he's shadow boxing and got knocked out. Yeah, he's like Baki. He's like Baki when Baki fights like invisible demons in his mind in order to prepare for his upcoming fight. And then he gets his ass beat. Like, that's what he's doing. Oh, my God.
About my age. I know I look 40. I keep seeing all those stories about I'm being too old. Let me say something. I was too old. I wasn't too old to create over 15 million new jobs. To make sure.
Okay, I'm almost convinced that his fucking staffers are putting those guys in the crowd now. No, I'm sorry. I mean, look, the fucking mental faculties of a person who like willingly, voluntarily go and I get up again and I get knocked out. Fuck. I was not singing Chumbawambas when you got back. I was not. Did you guys hear that? Okay. See, I got knocked down and I got up again and they're never going to take me down. Me and Brandon were the same. I was using this opportunity, this micro F that I got to plug my calories in for dinner. And I got up again. Okay, hold on. We will never give you up. That's literally not true. Many people do, which is understandable. It's just like knocks people off. That boy's internet is not locked in. No, it's not. No, it's not. Hold on. I got chicken breast, club sandwich, French fries, Quest bar cookie dough. What else did I? Oh, I had a freaking Quest protein chips as well. Man, I fucking pro'd it up today, dude. Pay attention to us. Shut up. I pro'd it up today, chat. Was that actually a club sandwich? Lamau? Yes. What apps do you use to track your calories? I use my FitnessPal. Pro'd it and scrolled it up. That's right, baby. I'm pro'd it up. I'm scrolled it up.
How are you?
Anyway. Pissing the night away. Okay, let's get back to it. It takes a whiskey drink. It takes a vodka drink.
21 million Americans are insured under the Affordable Care Act. To beat Big Pharma, the first one to ever do that, and lower the cost of insulin to $35 procedure. Was they too old to relieve student debt for nearly 5 million Americans and grow the economy? Too old to put the first black woman on the Supreme Court of the United States of America? To sign the Respect for Marriage Act? Was they too old to sign the most significant gun safety law in 30 years? To pass the biggest climate bill in the history of the world, not here, the history of the world.
Bro, he's crushing this.
Sure.
He's crushing this room, dude. This room wants to fuck him. This room is like our back walls below him, okay? Below out our back walls, please, sir. Mr. Brandoni, sir. This is why I think that they're plants, okay? I'll say it. I'm not afraid. I'm unafraid to say it. I'm unafraid. I'm not afraid. Okay, why am I singing so much right now? What the fuck's going on? I'm a little delirious. I brought this from the United States of America, by the way. for my last night as a special treat. And even though I hit my pro goals for the day, I'm going to go above and beyond. I'm going to go plus ultra today. Okay. This was my special treat for my last night. Smells like fucking freedom, baby. God damn it. Oh, I didn't even let the tannins release. Okay. Let me tell you, the microplastics really make it taste so much better. Chalky milk. Whew. Sheesh. Fairlife is American chocolate milk supremacy. Dude, this tastes literally like chocolate milk, like good chocolate milk. 26 grams of protein, 170 calories. You cannot defeat the macros. I don't know what the fuck they do in this. I don't know what the fuck they put in this. It's just magic. Okay? Straight up magic. Fairlife is mid. Y'all are crazy. I will ban you. I will ban you. I will ban you permanently. Put Joe back on screen or I'll kill myself. There was like 8 seconds of not covering politics and the chatter's already ready to go, dude. Right before it says, bet your farts are insidious. Those shakes made my IBS go crazy. How? This is literally lactose free.
But you did all that. But that was in the past. What about now? Well, how about the 200?
Bro, have you ever tried the pro version of that? It's 40 grams. It's 43 grams of protein, I think, not 40. And it's 230 calories. And yes, I have literal fucking buckets of this shit at home. My brother steals it from me all the fucking time, too. It's like causing him to lose weight, too, which is good. 42 grams of protein, thank you. 230 calories.
100,000 jobs we announced yesterday. So let me ask you, what do you think? You think I'm too old to restore Roe v. Wade, the law of the land? You think I'm too old to ban assault weapons again? To protect Social Security and Medicare? To get child care, elder care for working families in needed nation? To make billionaires finally start to pay something beyond 8.2% of the tax rate? Let me ask you, you think I'm too old to beat Donald Trump? I can hardly wait. Anyway.
As of today, we are 4 months out from Election Day.
I think it's pretty crazy that like they're hyping up this ABC interview. Like they're going nutty over this ABC interview. It's like, what difference does it make? It's literally a one-to-one interview. He's done those before. He can, you know, squeeze out, especially when the interview is done in the morning, or at least before 4 p.m. when he starts sundowning. He can basically squeeze out. I just squeezed out a burp. He can squeeze out a goddamn interview. Like, it's not that big of a deal. I don't understand. If you want protein, why don't you just eat protein powder? Brother, why would I just eat protein powder when the macros in this thing is literally identical to protein powder and it tastes infinitely better? The fuck? Anyway, why was he able to yell like that at the convention, but during the debate I could barely understand what's coming out of his mouth? It's time difference.
Just 2 months from the first vote by mail ballots going out. The question is, will Joe Biden be on those ballots? By the end of the weekend, we could have an answer. As we speak, President Biden is on his...
Dude, why is the media saying like by the end of this week we could have the answer, as in like this ABC interview is going to make it or break it? He already had his make it or break it moment and he broke it. We were all there. We watched it. That's the reason why this coverage is happening. It's broke, bro. It's broke. You played a role in breaking it too. It's not like white old man gets so many second chances. No shot. To be fair, I think they said the interview would be unedited. Then fucking film it live. Like what? Film it and release it live. What are we talking about, dude? Like, oh, it won't be edited. Okay, sure, dude. Yeah. I already told you what Biden is doing. Senior administration official confirmed on call with reporters that Biden's solo press conference will take place next Thursday afternoon. Yeah, he's running the clock. They literally are just going, oh yeah, I'll do another thing that you guys want me to do. Okay, I'll do a press conference in front of a contentious media next Thursday. And the reason why he's doing that is because every week that passes makes it all the more less likely for him to be off the ballot. Okay, he is trying to crawl not towards the finish line being November 5th. He's trying to crawl to the convention, which is so fucking gross. Once people recognize that reality, I suspect they'll be a little bit more angry. I don't think people have noticed that yet. I've been saying this now since the debate. He is literally trying to desperately get to the convention so it becomes a matter of like, it's not even a question at that point. Because every day that passes by where Joe Biden is still the nominee and doesn't drop out makes it all the less likely that someone else will replace him. If he actually wanted to genuinely address these conspiracies and basically disparage them as nothing but rumors, he would be doing a press conference the next morning and being like, yeah, you guys are crazy. I mean, yeah, I had a bad debate. It's whatever. It happens. Here I am. Go ahead. Ask me questions. And then he would do more appearances immediately after. Biden asked about Senator Mark Warner, wanted him to step aside. President Biden responded, he's the only one. No, he's not the only one.
I've been here before, and I've gotten more done than any president has.
Have you spoken to members of Congress?
No,
Dude, what planet is he living on? Like, he literally thinks he's gangbusters? Like, what's happening here? Like, you have to be demented to think that, like, your shit is so hot right now. Like, oh, I got a lot more done than any other president. It's like, where is this ego coming from, old man? What the fuck are you saying right now? Is he on the Hunter Biden crack or what? It's actually kind of crazy that he's just like genuinely delusional and thinks that the situation is great for him. I did so much. You cast me aside in 2020. You wrote me off on 2022. It's like, bitch, you weren't on the ballot in 2022. What the fuck are you talking about? 2022 ostensibly was the anti-fucking super far-right reactionary the reactionary response. It was the fucking response to Roe v. Wade. You were nowhere near that ticket. If you were near that ticket, you would have gotten cooked anyway. Oh, and in 2020, COVID carried your ass, dude. The president got COVID like so close to the goddamn election. I don't know why people refuse to recognize how important that is. Fuck. Okay, but how should he be acting? I understand what you mean, but it's not like he should be publicly crying. He should be dropping out, dude. What are you talking about? He shouldn't be operating like this fake, phony, tough guy act. He should be dropping out. That's how he should be acting. He should go up to the first fucking microphone he sees and says, I am no longer running for president, and I will not accept the nomination, even if the party elects me or appoints me as the presidential candidate. The LBJ method, okay? That's what he should be doing.
You've been wrong about everything so far. You were wrong about 2020, 2022. We were going to get wiped out. Remember the red wave? You were wrong about 2023. And you said all the tough races, we won them all but two. So, look, we'll see.
Have you spoken?
Voters have to vote like democracy depends on it, but politicians don't have to politic like democracy depends on it. Yeah. Also, the media wasn't anti-Biden in 2020. What the fuck are we talking about? They literally were super pro-Biden. The media hated Donald Trump, only to look back fondly at Donald Trump because their ratings were so much better. And before people say, Hasan, you're the media, your ratings are worse now. Remember, my ratings were fucking awesome for the first 3 years, 4 years almost. My ratings have been shitty since October 7. That's a matter of my own personal convictions and my own personal principles. Before October 7, shit was fine. Remember that. Anyway, the media and Democrat loyalists killed off the Me Too movement when Biden got accused. The only thing Biden needs is 3 minutes of ads at the top of the hour. Why did I read that? Okay, it is late. It's like, okay, it's fucking midnight here. That's why I read that. That's so stupid of me. God damn it. That's not, you didn't even try hard. You didn't even fucking try hard, Yedick. God damn it. At the top of the hour, there's a 3 minute ad break. I'm just like Biden. There's a 3 minute ad break at the top of the hour. If you no longer want to see those fucking ads, all you need to do is subscribe. Mehdi may be watching. Maybe. Oh my God. Did he just tweet this out literally as I was saying it? It's probably parallel thinking. That is crazy. That's crazy that he said Biden is running down the clock, which is selfish as reckless, but above all else is transparent. Anyway, I feel bad because I was talking about his takes on Corbyn's anti-Semitism earlier now. I did defend him though. Isn't it showing tweets based on your time zone? Yes. My computer's time zone is 2:50. It's 3 p.m. right now on my computer. My laptop is LA time always. So it's actually 2:50 p.m. PST, which is 10 minutes ago, which is exactly when I said Biden is not running across the finish line. He's not running the time. He's not running out the clock for November 5. He's running out the clock until the DNC, the Democratic National Convention. How much was the viewership before October 7? I was a steady 30K. Always. Sometimes higher, sometimes lower, but always steady 30K was the base. 28K max? No. Ukraine caused a dip too? Nah. Ukraine doesn't matter. Like, Ukraine dipped, but it wasn't that it was marginal. Post-Ukraine, it were still 30K. Clipped? No, that's not what I meant. Fuck. Used to have 40K watching MasterChef? Yeah, those are COVID numbers. That's a bubble ring. That's a Mickey Mouse ring, brother. That's like that. That's different. Anyway, 30 minutes until the first ABC teaser drops. Oh, I can't fucking wait. Here's the 3-minute ad right now. Odds that Biden flubs the interview? Low. Low. I think that Biden doesn't flub the interview. Once again, Biden doesn't flub this interview because Biden has done interviews like this before, and he's done fine. ABC, they're going to release the full transcript. No, it doesn't matter. He can perform in a situation like that. Okay. Even if it's not edited, I don't think you guys understand. He can perform in a situation like that. He has performed in a situation like that. He'll have a couple gaffes in there, but it won't be. I think that if your expectation is that he like boofs this thing utterly, I think you're wrong. Anyway.
To Madison, Wisconsin for a campaign rally. He is also going to sit down there with ABC's George Stephanopoulos for his first on-camera interview since the debate. It will be, fair to say, the most important interview of his very long career, because if he's going to stay in the race, he must convince voters, donors, and Democratic lawmakers that he can handle not just the next 4 months, but the next 4 years. The campaign says, of course he can, and he does not sound like a man about to bow out of the race.
You got me, man.
I'm not going anywhere. I'm not going anywhere.
CNN's Priscilla Alvarez joins us now live from the White House. Priscilla.
I bet you Biden crashes and burns in this interview. I don't think so. Like, I'm telling you right now, I think he does like fine in this interview. He has like a couple moments. The media will still hyper focus on those moments and it'll be reflected as like an L. But overall, the media interview that he's conducting with the ABC is not for you. You already know he sucks. You already know he's demented. The media interview that he's going to conduct is for the donors, the most important, if not the only important group. And if he actually manages this media interview, like above average performance, he doesn't have to go gangbusters. He doesn't have to fucking, he doesn't have to like, you know, recite poetry or anything like that. He just has to, and this is a managed environment, remember. It's not a debate. He's not up against Donald Trump. He doesn't have 50 million people watching, okay, in real time. It's not being broadcasted live, which is huge, okay? I'm telling you right now, he has to do average. And I think he's capable of doing above average, especially in a managed environment, which is so crazy to think because... like, that's how low the bar is. The bar is basically baby's first word is Baba. Okay? That's where the bar is. That's crazy. That in and of itself is an immediate cause for concern. That itself means like it's over. The race is done. Okay? We're cooked.
What are you hearing?
Well, Dana, in some ways, this is the cleanup tour really starting in earnest with the president going to Wisconsin today to talk to voters and also participating in that prime time interview. Campaign officials that I have been talking to say, look, we acknowledge this is a high stakes moment for the president, but they're also aware that the president is sometimes prone to those verbal missteps. And so this isn't just about the substance of what the president says during this interview, but also how he delivers it. And then, of course, the president will go to Pennsylvania on Sunday. Now, we are now learning from the campaign that his original event in Pennsylvania to speak with the National Education Association will not occur because of an employee strike. And the campaign says he will not cross the picket line, but he will still have stops in that battleground state. But look, all of this is to say that over the last week, a very challenging week for the Biden campaign, allies have repeatedly said they want to see more candid moments from the president, more unscripted moments, and they're hoping that that is what he can display over the next few days. So this July campaign memo that was released today, in some ways, is them saying, we hear you. In addition to all of these stops, the president also expected to go to Nevada in mid-July to attend 2 conferences where he'll speak directly to Black and Latino voters. It also includes a $50 million paid blitz. So the campaign is certainly trying to build up momentum, especially as they face pressing questions about the president and whether he is the most viable candidate going up against former President Donald Trump in this very heated election season. I will note, because you played the soundbite there earlier of the president at the barbecue just yesterday here at the White House, that while the president observed the fireworks from the White House balcony, he was joined by Vice President Kamala Harris. She has not been there before for that presentation. In the past, she often engages in other July 4th firework engagements. So this was an opportunity to show unity at a time when they are both coming under increased scrutiny.
Let's discuss with White House reporter for Politico, Eli Stokols. Eli, great to see you. This speech in Milwaukee, this primetime interview, if they go well, will it be enough to unravel this narrative surrounding the president's age and mental acuity?
It's a great question, Boris. That's really the question. I'm not sure they will be. I think people inside the president's inner circle, they've listened, they've heard the acuity. It's a great question, Boris. That's really the question. I'm not sure they will be. I think people inside the president's inner circle, they've listened, they've heard that there are things that he needs to do to reassure people, and they are trying to do that. A sit-down interview, travel, more unscripted moments. But, you know, at the same time, there is a palpable sense that none of it is really going to offset what the country saw on the debate stage last week.
Yeah, it's like this, okay? You fuck up, or let's say you write a story and you get something wrong. The number of people see you get something wrong is going to be significantly higher than the number of people that see the correction. Okay? You can try to course correct after, but once 50 million live televised viewers watch you fucking stumble around, and then the subsequent media coverage for the next week and a half is about how fucking old you are and how you should just die, it's done. That's the only thing coming out right now. This has been a rather uneventful election cycle. Okay? An incredibly uneventful election cycle. And I told you that this is the most boring, most predictable election cycle thus far. But, and I told you this time and time again, it has the capacity to be the most eventful election cycle of our lifetime. And that is currently panning out. It's currently happening. I thought maybe, you know, there could be a medical emergency that would make this very interesting. It turns out it is kind of a medical emergency, but it's not like a one-off. It's more of a slow burn. Far lefties in shambles. Far lefties in shambles. Do you think that far lefties love Joe Biden? What do you think a far lefty is? Commies? You think communists care about Joseph Robinette Brandon in USA? Explain to me your political positions right now. I need to investigate further because this is fun. Do not scare this one. Chat, don't scare him. This is a good one. I like this one. Come on, man. Fuck. They spook so easy, bro. They're like a fucking feral animal in the wild. Like you step on a fucking you step on a branch or some leaves and they immediately spook and then run away. God damn it. I fucked it up. I did it. I fucking spooked him.
And that the president really took his big liability and made it even bigger, adding to concerns about his age and apparent frailty, and really imperiling his reelection bid. I mean, his campaign is teetering on a razor's edge right now. And even if he gives a decent interview, shows some pep, some vigor, some commitment, there are already, as Isaac spoke to a little while ago, a lot of talks in Democratic circles about what Plan B is going to look like. There are a lot of members on Capitol Hill, dozens in fact, who are already privately of the mind that the Democratic Party needs a new presidential nominee. They haven't said that. Most of them have held back those comments publicly, but that is the conversation behind the scenes inside the White House, inside the campaign. There are some aides who, despite putting their head down, trying to do the work, expressing sort of a determination and resolve to go forward. There are a lot of aides who understand that this may not be fixable. And so, yes.
Biden announced he ain't dropping. Brother, he's been saying that every day, by the way. This isn't new. Like, trust me, he has not stopped saying this. He says it every day. At this point, I don't think people care about him saying he ain't dropping.
All eyes are going to be on what the president says today in Wisconsin and in this interview, how he looks, how he sounds. But it may not.
I think it's kind of funny. They're like, oh, dude, I ain't dropping. And people are just kind of like, okay, Joe. Because they're just like, because the reason why people want him to drop also kind of renders him and his statements kind of silly and useless. You know what I mean? Because people want him to drop because they think like he's old and demented. So when the old demented guy says, I ain't dropping, people are like, okay, old man, come on. Let's get you to bed, Grandpa. Okay? Come on, Grandpa.
Not be enough to allay the anxieties that a lot of people have across the party, that the president's biggest liability is just not something that can be fixed, and politically speaking, that it may already be fatal.
Joining us now is Larry Sabato from the University of Virginia Center for Politics. Larry, always good to have you on. You sit down with a lot of voters through the years, and this
chat right now, my last strong Biden take is that a lot of people have never seen a sports team that was very obviously about to fire their coach in his shows. Not saying he's 1,000% to go, but like tweeted platitudes from the governors about how he's the nominee and we need to beat Trump doesn't mean Biden will stay in. Let's not be naive. That's a great take. Biden says governors didn't say shit to his face after MA Gov now asked him to reconsider. You guys saw the governors, every one of them in that room. All those governors said, stay in the race. When reminded, the governor from Massachusetts has said since he should reconsider, he said, Maura Healey didn't say anything when I was in the room, okay? They ain't say shit to my face, Jack. It's so funny that like he's no longer fighting the Republicans. He's now fighting the Democrats, okay? Which is not a good position to be in when you're supposed to be tapping into every part of your party. Yeah, they probably didn't say it to your face because they didn't want you to fucking die on the spot. Say it to my face. See what happens. Say it to my face, Jack. See what I'll do to you. Also, Hakeem Jeffries on the move. News, Rebecca Kaplan. Representative Hakeem Jeffries, leader of the House Democrats, is convening a virtual meeting with his committee ranking members at 2 p.m. Sunday, 3 sources tell NBC News. One of those sources says the meeting is expected to focus on Joe Biden and make calls from some lawmakers and donors to step aside. House and Senate Democrats plan meetings to discuss Biden's 2024 prospects. Dems who are vastly more popular than he is, mind you. Okay, to be fair, Biden is currently one of the most unpopular politicians in the country. As of today, he has officially reached literally the lowest approval rating of his political, not his political tenure, but actually might even be his political tenure, but his lowest approval rating of his presidency. Okay? He's not just underwater, he's now beating records. But most importantly, like I said, millionaire Disney heiress says she's pulling funny to the Democrats until Joe Biden exits the 2024 race. Abigail Disney is calling for President Biden to leave the race. But that's not the only person. The Netflix guy also is demanding he drop out. Brad Sherman suggesting delegate mutiny against Biden. Congressman Brad Sherman countered popular belief. Rules of the Democratic Party do not require that the pledged delegates vote for Biden at the convention. Party rules require delegates' votes reflect the sentiment of those who elected them at the time the delegates cast their ballots. Democratic primary voters have one overarching sentiment. We need a candidate who will beat Donald Trump. Here's how Biden can still win. The libs on Reddit are accusing people of being a Russian bot if you mention this. Yes, Redditors are completely out of control with their pro-war, pro-Biden, pro-whatever. They are the last bastion. They are the guys who are going to the fucking Biden. They are the ones doing Biden blasts. They are the ones who are going to the Biden conferences and going, oh my God, blow my back walls out, please. They're crazy. They're pro-Israel. They're pro-Biden. They just take all the worst positions. I don't know what else to say about it. Libs on Reddit have lost their fucking minds. They genuinely are saying shit like Republicans are making leftists hate Biden. It's crazy. Yeah, they have lost their minds. They have been losing their fucking minds. they're also still unimaginably, unconditionally like, keep Ukraine in the fucking fight. Down to the last Ukrainian. Israel must finish the job. They're super, super pro-Israel, which is, of course, immediately at odds with the Ukraine position, because Ukraine is the country being invaded and morally is righteous in their emancipatory quest to remove the invading forces, the Russian forces, from their borders, whereas Israel is also the invading force in this, so they're closer to Russia in that regard, and yet they are still pro-Israel. This is because Redditors are the worst type of liberals. They are the unironic, free Democratic Party analysts. They fancy themselves as flacks. They fancy themselves as wonks. They think they are working on K Street, working in DC. They're working on the Hill. They're staffers, except they're not. They literally are just like regular old accountants and shit and doing this for free on the sidelines. Okay? It's bad. Reed Hastings, Netflix co-founder, said Democrats should replace Biden at the top of the ticket. It's also not good for Biden. I mean, it's correct, though. It is the correct position. As I have said since day one. Okay? Abigail won't say that to his face. As I've said since day one. Okay? You can either say democracy is on the ballot and therefore we have to win. And I am closer to that position than I am to the other position, which is that Biden has to be the guy to do it. Okay? You can't say democracy is on the ballot and also maintain the position that we have to abide by the narcissistic desires of a singular 800-year-old man who believes that it is his time again. Isn't it so sick how all the stories about wealthy donors and C-level executives saying Biden should step down? Who gives a fuck about us peasants, I guess? What a fucking shit country we live in, bro. I actually am so fucking doom-pilled at this point. It's crazy. Brother, come on. Yeah, of course those are the only fucking voices that matter. Like, what are we talking about? Yeah. If the money faucet runs out, then the Democratic Party is truly cooked. If they shut off the money cannon, if they shut off the faucet, how the fuck is Biden going to get elected? He's not. He's not getting elected. He's cooked. That's it. What is this? Spoke this eve. Post-Madison event with two top national elected Democrats. There are two things that are true at once. They both said separately. One, they're beginning to accept President Biden is not considering at all leaving the ticket, and few, if any, want to publicly push him. Two, Biden's determination to stay in hasn't stopped talk of trying to get him to reconsider that position, especially after hearing from voters, donors on the 4th and talking among other elected Ds. There's also a growing sense that VP Harris is nominee if President Biden goes, which he says he won't do. Why? In order to avoid political war and let the fight be over running mate. No one is making any moves, even privately, to prepare to challenge her for nom this summer in such a scenario. But again, as of 6:10 p.m. Eastern Time, ahead of the ABC interview, sources around White House and Biden family say he's determined as ever, confident he can beat Trump, and believes democracy is on the line with this election, and is confident Dems will ultimately see it like him as debate fades. That is insane, dude. Because here's the problem. Biden has a very serious problem. He keeps flubbing, okay? And every new flub reminds people of the big bad one, okay? This is just delusion. Biden could legally assassinate Trump. I know, but he's not going to do that because he's a pussy. What are we talking about? He ain't going to do that shit either. You're president. What do you do day one? Oh, jorking my peanuts in the White House, dude. Stroking that shit with oil on my shit. Stroking it. Telling everybody, I'm telling Secret Service to post up outside the door. Day one, jorking it, dude. How does that help me? Who said anything about helping you, dude? I'm gooning. I'm gripping, dude. I'm gripping hard in the White House. In the Oval, baby. I'm doing O-face in the Oval. Straight jorking it. And then if I get caught, or if someone writes an article about it, I'm going to be like, listen, I needed that post-nut clarity. You know what I'm saying? Before calling up President Vladimir Putin, I had to fucking jork my shit because I need that clarity. I need to be on my tippy-top game. You feel me? Someone said Vladimir Putin is no-fap. Yeah, that's why he sucks. See? if Vladimir Putin had jorked it before deciding to invade Ukraine, he would not have invaded Ukraine. He would have known that that's a bad fucking idea. Or else you might want to fuck Putin. Yeah, he's hot. That's why. Telling my parents, yeah, he's a really smart political pundit. You should check him out. Yeah, except if they did, they would agree with me. Your dad tuning in right as I'm talking about jerking it off, tugging it, having a yank, gripping it in the fucking oval, and he's like, that's a smart man. This tweet was made in a lab for you. Oh my God, what the fuck? Bro really is doing Yakuza side missions in real life. Dude, who has that one clip of the guy, the least racist man in Poland with IShowSpeed? Who has it? Someone has that clip. It's like, right? Please, bro, please. It is one of the funniest things I've ever watched, dude. No, it's not this one. No, guy got mad at IShowSpeed because he touched his car, then acted like Speed couldn't afford it. No, that's not the one. The one I'm looking for is very specific. No, not this one either. No, he's in Poland, and a guy comes up to him and goes, he's one of the good ones. Am I the only one that saw this clip? Like, it was so fucking racist, but so funny because, like, just the least racist Polish man, okay? The least racist Polish man. I need to see it. I haven't seen a lot of motion on that one. I don't know why. I saw it one time and I should have saved it. Yes. Yes. This is it. This is it. Chat, you are not ready. You are not ready for Polish anti-racism. Okay? I'm telling you right now, you think you're ready, but you are not mentally prepared for what this man, who is the least racist man in Poland, this man probably runs an NGO. Okay? This man probably runs an NGO where he's doing anti-racism competitively. Okay? Let's watch. Let's watch what kind of anti-racism this man is doing.
Black, but he's good. What? People in Poland are not black, they're white. Hey, bro. What? What do you mean? There are good black people, believe me. What?
I want to run it back.
Yes, he's black, but he's good.
What? Yes, he's black, but he's good. Bro, I'm telling you, this guy is literally doing DEI. He's doing CRT. He's a Polish influencer that was invited by them to show Speed around. Oh my God, that makes it so much funnier. Bro, he didn't say he's one of the good ones. He said they're all bad. Believe me, this one is not that bad. This guy's gonna get assassinated for being a woke DEI communist in Poland, okay?
Yes, he's black, but he's good.
He said, yes, he's black, which is a negative, but he's good. Yeah, this is me in Poland, okay? This is the me version of Poland. The most woke man in Poland. Bro, I gotta run it again.
Yes, he's black, but he's good. What? Hey, bro. What? People in Poland are not black, they're white. Hey, bro. What? What do you mean? There are good black people, believe me. What?
There are good black people, believe me. Believe me. Oh, he thought he was cooking there, dude. Oh, he really thought. What? Chat, currently signing my marriage papers. Congratulations, chatter. Oh my God. Wait, what? There's more racism?
Dude, you are amazing. Yes, he painted it. Can you pay me? Pay me? What did he say?
Why? You're
black. I'm black, that's why? Did he say that?
No, he didn't. You're too original. You're too original.
I'm too original? I pay 100 pounds. I mean 100, I play 100 euros. 100 euros, come on now.
He said because he's too original? Wait, what? Dude, I thought they were too invested. I thought the Polish spent all of their racism creativity points on Jews. And it turns out they have so much more left in the tank for black people as well. And it's kind of wild to consider because it's like 99% white. So like you don't even encounter black people enough to just like come up with new ways of being racist. Like Americans are very good. Like white Americans are very good at anti-black racism because like you have to at least be in proximity to black people. And these motherfuckers are they're basically able to invent racism without like anti-black racism without even being in proximity to black people, which is crazy. You know? There are a lot of Polish Jews, but lol, it do be bad for still. This is why they only have one computer. Because they maxed out on bigotry points, dude. I've never heard someone say you're too original. I don't have the right colors to paint you. Dude, that's crazy, man. It's kind of like how Mozart wrote down symphonies after hearing them once, but for racism. Yeah, they just like, they immediately are like, oh shit, okay, I've never met one of you before, but I have all of the readily available things, and one of you in this situation isn't even a black person, is a Mexican. They're like, immediately, they're like, oh, let me bust out some new moves you've never seen before. Okay. Oh, that's crazy, dude. There was a dude who was there's a black dude who's Norwegian on TikTok, and he was talking about how like embarrassing it was that like all the Norwegian fans of I Show Speed were going crazy, and his literal fucking replies I saw, and he was talking about how like embarrassing it was that like all the Norwegian fans of I Show Speed were going crazy, and his literal fucking replies I saw, I went through the replies, dude. It was a Klan rally. Okay, it was a literal Klan rally in there. You got like American white supremacists in there being like, Norway, okay. And then you have like Norwegian white supremacists in there that are writing some shit in their made up fucking language, like blah, 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 and it's just like, I can tell by the energy that they are, I don't even need to translate it. Like I could tell by the energy of the way they're writing that they're being like, you're not Norwegian, you're black. Like, you know, you're just visiting type shit. Like, it was so sad, dude. And it had like so many fucking upvotes and shit. It was, wait, what? Oh, it's starting. President Biden was asked by George Stephanopoulos if he watched last week's debate. I don't think I did. No. Oh man. Oh baby. Oh man. Oh, Trump also pretending to not know about Project 2025. Is this a real tweet? This is fake, right? It's real. It's kind of surprising. It's the truth, not a tweet. If he's saying this, it's kind of surprising that he's actually saying this, because honestly, I feel like he would just do better not mentioning it at all. He would do better just not to mention it. Acknowledging its existence is not smart for him because, like, one, the thing is, he probably looks at it and he's like, it's some nerd shit. I think the reason why he's doing that is because, I mean, this is political instinct time. He knows that that's like a pretty good reason to vote for whoever that's not Trump. And he probably sees that like picking up momentum in TikTok, Reddit, and all these other spaces, like all these social media spaces. He also partially probably thinks it's like nerd shit. He doesn't know about it because he can't read. Yeah, no, but he probably, it is basically his platform. It's just that like, it's nerd shit to him. You know what I mean? He's like, yeah, whatever, shut up. But I think the reason why he's saying this is because he's like, he doesn't want to fuck up the bag. He doesn't want to fuck up the bag. He thinks he's got it. He thinks he's in his bag right now and he doesn't want to fuck it. Do you see what I'm saying? Yeah, that's what it feels like. Or because he thinks he's going to be unpopular and trying to distance himself. I mean, do I believe that Donald Trump is absolutely going to follow through on Project 2025? The Republican Party is doing it already. Okay, Trump did Project 2025. The major difference is like the changing of the appointments. Currently, 4,000 positions are appointed. They want to raise that to 50,000. Every single federal agency appointment needs to be committed to the presidency, committed to the executive office. That in and of itself is obviously psychopathic. It's dictator shit. But Trump did that. He refused to fill cabinet positions that he couldn't fucking appoint people to. Like he was undermining regulatory agencies by refusing to appoint people into cabinet positions that he was supposed to appoint people to so that those regulatory agencies would work. Does that make sense? Do you understand what I mean by this? Like, he already did that in his first term to a certain degree. This would just basically, you know, move further into that direction. Here's the Biden clip video.
You and your team have said you had a bad night, but your friend Nancy Pelosi actually framed the question that I think is on the minds of millions of Americans. Was this a bad episode or the sign of a more serious condition?
It's a bad episode. No indication of any serious condition. I was exhausted. I didn't listen to my instincts in terms of preparing, and I had a bad night.
You know, you say you were exhausted, and I know you've said that before as well, but you came, and you did have a tough month, but you came home from Europe about 11 or 12 days before the debate, spent 6 days in Camp David. Why wasn't that enough rest time, enough recovery time?
Because I was sick. I was feeling terrible. Matter of fact, the docs with me, I asked them, they did a COVID test because they're trying to figure out what's wrong. They did a test to see whether or not I had some infection, you know, a virus. I didn't. They just had a really bad
debate.
Dude, I forget who said this, but like, the way to just defeat this entire presidency, this is a freebie for any journalist that ever gets the opportunity to interview this man. The way to absolutely destroy his reelection and his candidacy is very simple. Okay? One of two things. One, ask him what year his son died. Two, okay, if you're not going to do that, ask him the name of like one of his friends or one of his like appointments, okay, to a cabinet or one of his advisors. I'm telling you right now, he is not going to be able to recall. Okay, that's it. And then it's over. It's a freebie. I'm sorry. If you're a journalist and you really want like a career opportunity, ask him his earliest childhood memory. No, that's dumb as fuck. When you're demented, you remember that shit. You can't remember new shit. Your brain stops producing new memories or recalling new memories. No, you're not supposed to fucking ask him about like shit from the past. He will recant experiences from 1947. Well, when the fuck was he born? I think he was like literally born in 1946 or something. Anyway, he can recant experiences like super easily. He can recall perfectly. You ask him for like a newer memory that he must have formed in office and it's over. Okay. That's a good way to get another corn pop story. Yeah. You can get him talk about corn pop all day, every day. I'm telling you right now, dude. Anyway, ask him what he ate for breakfast. He won't remember. Wife works in memory care. That's another fucked up one, but a good one. But he could just lie. That's the thing. He could just be like, breakfast burrito. You know what I mean? That's why I brought up something that like everyone knows, right? Or is like very easy to verify. But like I said, and I'm telling you right now, like this is not great because he just looks like shit and he can't really fix that. But having said that, it won't be as bad as you think it is. I would be shocked. I would be shocked if he fucked this up so hard, because this is something he's done for fucking decades, dude. He's been in politics for almost a fucking century, you know? He got questions in advance, most likely no. Yeah, there you have it. Wait, the ABC interview is pre-recorded? Yes. And I think it releases soon. Like, they're just leaking it right now, but it doesn't release yet. It releases at like 5:30, I think. Or it releases at 5. Oh, yeah, it releases at 5, and it's 4 right now. So it's in about an hour, 5:30. 6:30 p.m. Eastern, which is 20 minutes ago. No, 6:30 p.m. Eastern is when they release the teaser. Look at what you missed out on.
It's like Monet, yeah. Well, that's Trump's head. His eyes, he's squinting. That's his mouth. This is his butthole. Wow. And this is America, just like in the background.
That's the grossest use of like a really talented baking skill set I've ever seen.
Thank you.
I mean, that is
you should see the penis cake I made for Austin.
Also, the full interview won't be out until Sunday, I think. By the way, her talents are wasted on your podcast. I swear. How dare you? How fucking dare you, dude? No, they're releasing the full interview tonight. They moved it up. Oh, fuck. Brother, I gotta go to sleep, dude. It's fucking late here. I can't be up this late. It's already 1, and I got a flight and shit. Anyway, I will be live tomorrow though. I'll probably be live like later than usual. I won't be. I know I've been doing a 10 a.m. I know I've been doing 10 a.m. Broadcast. If I don't fucking die on the flight, if I do not die on the flight, and by that I mean just like, you know, jet lag, obviously. If I don't pull a Brandon, I will be live tomorrow. I'm very excited to see Kaya. I'm very excited to hug her. I'm very excited to see the Aussie boys. I'm just stoked to go back home, honestly. I'm stoked to go back home to my fucking desktop. I'm stoked. Like, this was great. This was wonderful. I really enjoyed it. I love my family, and I'm glad this is probably one of the last times I have any free time, I guess, or some semblance of free time to be able to spend with them, because the election cycle is heating up. But you know, I'm a busybody for a good reason, because I have a wonderful community, and you know, I greatly enjoy what I do, right? And you know, that's why I was fucking on the 1s and 2s nonstop, even while I was in Croatia, even through the treacherous internet outages. Nevertheless, we prevailed, you know? Having said that, like I said, I'm back tomorrow in the mainland, the United States of motherfucking America, baby. Land of freedom, land of the free, home of the brave. And I'm ready to go, locked and loaded. Hopefully I'll be able to stream if I don't have like massive jet lag. It will be late though. It'll be like around 2-3 p.m. probably. And I'll see you then. Especially if this fucking debate, or not debate, but this Stephanopoulos video drops, I'll probably definitely go live to react to it. Anyway, peace everybody. Love you all.
At your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming.